each save $400 a month on their supplemental health insurance with their Medicare. I have a friend that saved $600 a month by going through John for her COBRA plan as she's in between jobs. $600 she saved. I have another friend who buys his insurance for his whole family. He saved $1,000 a month because John found him a better plan. Still gave him the coverage they need, but cheaper. There are lots of private market options out there. Let John fan out and find them at usmedicalplan.com or call 877-410-4321. 877-410-4321. I loved this story. To close out today, you ready for this? Public school buildings across the United States are being converted into apartments amid declining enrollment. Nearly 2,000 apartments have been created from former public school buildings across the country, according to a new report. Something called Rent Cafe analysis of adaptive reuse projects noted school conversions hit an all-time high last year, with the category jumping 3%. People are taking their kids out of the indoctrination factories and taking their children's educations into their own hands as it was always intended to be, sending them to Christian schools or homeschooling them or a hybrid of both. This is very good news. Merry Christmas. We'll see you tomorrow. Live a better digital life with Webroot. Cybercrime spikes during the holidays are on their way, but protecting yourself doesn't have to be complicated. Protect your devices, privacy, and identity this holiday season and into 2026 with 60% off Webroot. It's all-in-one protection for less than $75 and only at webroot.com/Chris. Give the gift of cybersecurity and peace of mind, starting at less than $20 with this exclusive offer. Webroot is the perfect gift for even the hardest to shop for person in your life, because with device, identity, and privacy protection all covered in one subscription, it's a no-brainer. Now 60% off. This is an all-in-one product with plan options available for one identity, up to 5 devices, or families, and up to 10 devices. Protect yourself and your family from cybercrime this holiday season. 60% off Webroot Total Protection. Webroot.com/Chris. New year, new devices, new you. Webroot.com/Chris.
Charlie had a heart for the persecuted church. He wanted every believer to live with unshakable faith, the kind of faith that stands firm when following Jesus costs everything. That's why the Voice of the Martyrs is offering you a free copy of a powerful daily devotional called Extreme Devotion. Inside are true stories of Christians in places like China, Iran, and Nigeria who refused to deny Christ even when it meant prison, torture, or worse. Charlie admired that kind of courage. He believed their stories could strengthen your faith.
Securing America.
Several agencies announced the formation of the New York Homeland Security Task Force Wednesday, one of several that will be set up across the country. Homeland Security Investigations Special Agent in charge for New York, Ricky Patel.
Through a unified framework, the HSTFs serve as a model for protecting the homeland from evolving threats presented by transnational organized crime.
The agencies involved include the FBI, U.S. Attorney's Office, and the IRS.
Combining federal, state, and local resources to address these threats more effectively than any agency can alone.
The FBI's Christopher Reyes says a reduction in crime is already being seen.
Not only here in New York City, but across the country.
U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton of the Southern District of New York summarized the overall goal.
We look forward to making New York safer each and every day for every person in New York.
Kevin Gretzky, Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
A dignified transfer in Delaware. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. President Trump at Dover Air Force Base as the bodies of 3 Americans arrive home. 2 Iowa National Guard members and an Army interpreter killed in Syria.
These soldiers are heroes, and they are receiving a hero's welcome home. This is just such a tragic moment for their families, and the honor that they will receive right now is so important.
Fox's Trey Yingst. The Pentagon has said the soldiers were killed in an ISIS-related ambush. Tonight, the president addresses the nation nation expected to focus on what he argues are many accomplishments, including progress on the economy. You can hear live coverage at foxnewsradio.com. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer.
If Donald Trump had any shred of honesty and self-respect and self-insight, he'd look into the camera tonight and say to the American people, I have failed you.
This as Democrats keep up the pressure on affordability issues, including health care, with Obamacare premiums expected to spike as subsidies expire this month. Today, 4 moderate House Republicans joining Democrats in a move to force a vote on extending the subsidies, but that vote is not expected now. A separate Republican bill is on the floor that would not continue the subsidies, aimed instead at reforming Obamacare. On day 5 of the search for the mass shooter who killed 2 students and wounded 9 at Brown University in Rhode Island, Providence police are now looking for a second person, releasing new images.
The agency, though, is not calling this a second person of interest, but instead saying this person was near the man they've been searching for, described as 5'8" with a stocky build, who was casing the neighborhood near Brown before the shooting and captured leaving moments after the gunfire.
Fox's CB Cotton in Providence. As the search continues, the university continues to face questions about potential security lapses. America is listening to Fox News.
Craving delicious dishes with local flavors? Look no further than Mezcla Bistro. From our juicy burgers to flavorful seafood and local fusion, every dish is made with love and the freshest ingredients. Join us for an unforgettable lunch, dinner, or decadent Sunday brunch. Visit us online at mezclaguam.com or call 671-479-2652 or 671-489-2653 to make a reservation. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
In a world where the 2025 Nissan inventory must be moved, one team rises.
The clearance team.
The clearance team? What's that?
We're the Nissan Guam clearance team, slashing prices on all 2025 vehicles. We even have models starting as low as $150 per paycheck.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
You're gonna love yourself a Nissan.
Don't miss the model year-end clearance happening now at Nissan Guam. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
News.
Arraignment day delayed for the 32-year-old son of director Rob Reiner, as Nick Reiner made a brief first court appearance, accused of killing his parents.
Nick Reiner replying, "Yes, Your Honor," when asked if he was waiving his right to a speedy arraignment, which was pushed back to January 7th at the request of his attorney, Alan Jackson.
Our hearts go out to the entire Reiner family. There are very, very complex and serious issues that are associated with this case.
Jackson calling the case a devastating tragedy.
Fox's Christian Goodwin. Jackson also urging against a rush to judgment. Reiner wore a suicide prevention vest in court. Former special counsel Jack Smith says he acted on facts and the law, defending election interference and classified documents charges against then-candidate Trump during closed-door testimony to the House Judiciary Committee, portions of his opening statement obtained by Fox News. This part of a broader probe of House Republican claims of a weaponized justice system targeting then-President Biden's political opponent. The Trump cases were tossed out when he became president again. The Atlanta prosecutor who brought a separate election interference case against then-former President Trump and others, appearing before state lawmakers.
Fulton County, Georgia District Attorney Fonnie Willis did not take too kindly to questions asked of her by Georgia state senators reviewing her conduct as she tried prosecuting the out-of-office President Trump on racketeering charges related to the 2020 election. Her efforts came to a halt after revelations of her prior romantic relationship with a special prosecutor hired by her office.
You all want to intimidate people from doing the right thing, and you think that you're going to intimidate me. You all have been trying to intimidate me for 5 years, which is why I have not been able to live in my house for 5 years, because the N-word has been written on my house.
A judge would later dismiss the charges against the president and his co-defendants.
Fox's Evan Brown. An hour to the close, the Dow's down 149. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Pickennell Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
Guam, are you ready? For one night only, Julian Marley and The Uprising, featuring the sounds of DJ Bonix, are coming to Guam at the Lime Event venue this February 14th. And the best part? Everyone is VIP. Experience roots, reggae, and pure Marley vibes live on Valentine's Day. But listen, tickets are extremely limited, and once they're gone for good. Don't wait. Get yours now at guamtime.net. That's guamtime.net. Brought to you by New Wave Studios Guam, Empire Realty, Star 101, Boss 104, and The Point. One night, one price, one legend.
Bud Light wants you to watch your favorite NFL team live. All you have to do is purchase 12 packs of Bud Family or Bud Light Seltzer and look for the QR code inside.
I'm only here for the game.
Scan the QR code for your chance to win one of 2 trips for 2, including airfare, accommodations, and tickets to a regular season NFL game of your choice. Plus, every code scanned will earn you points to redeem for Bud Light NFL gear. Must be 21 to enter. Some conditions apply. Visit currentguam.com for details. Bud Light reminds you to drink responsibly.
The holidays have arrived. More of us are out and about, creating even busier roads and longer traffic lines to get our shopping done. This is a friendly reminder to all motorists to be mindful and courteous on our island roads. You're partying? Have fun, but be sure to have a designated driver. No matter how busy or how much fun you're having, remember to drive safe. Someone loves you. This message is brought to you by Proline Automotive.
And Good Morning Guam at 6:07 on Thursday, December 18. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. Agata Johnston Middle School was placed on lockdown yesterday morning after a student discovered a firearm near a bus stop in Manilao. The student found the gun and ammunition in a box at around 7:30. Police believe the weapon is linked to a recent burglary in the area. The discovery prompted a school lockdown around 10 o'clock for an administrative search of the campus. Police confirmed no weapons were found on site, and the lockdown was eventually lifted. This followed a separate incident on Tuesday where a 13-year-old student was suspended for threatening to bring a BB gun to school. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio, a candidate for governor in 2026, has confirmed a special announcement with Senator Tina Muñoz Barnes set for tomorrow. The announcement is scheduled for 5 o'clock at Fort Apugan in Agana Heights. While Tenorio did not confirm Muñoz Barnes as his running mate, their appearance together strongly suggests they will form a ticket for the 2026 election. Tenorio told reporters to come on Friday and find out. If confirmed, they will be the third official team. They will face the Democratic team of Senator Joe San Agustin and Dwayne San Nicolas, and the Republican team of Vice Speaker Tony Yata and E.J. Calvo in the upcoming election. We'll have more news after this. Lawmakers continue debating a bill that would reform the Marianas Regional Fusion Center to protect federal funding and improve accountability. Bill 184 would make the center's director and grants manager classified positions and place them under GPD. The measure follows a 2024 audit that found more than $8 million in local funds used for operations that were not reimbursed. Federal grant funding was restricted due to repeated noncompliance. MRFC leaders testified against the bill, warning it could limit the center's mission and participation. Senator Sean Gumatao says further oversight hearings are planned next month. And Simon Sanchez High School seniors donated more than 850 toys to Finagayan Elementary School yesterday, ensuring every student received a Christmas gift. The toy drive was led by the school's Legacy Club and supported by Hoffa Days and Proline Automotive. The donation was delivered to the school, which serves about 815 students. Organizers say the effort focused on spreading kindness and strengthening community ties. Administrators thanked the students for setting a positive example for younger children. The drive is part of the annual Legacy Club project that gives back to Northern Guam schools before seniors graduate. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
I'm not ready. Well, I guess I am. I'm done with the stapling routine here this morning.
You are?
Yeah. There's just not a lot going on here because it's a week away.
It's Friday.
No, it's not.
What?
It's not Friday yet either.
Oh.
It's actually Thursday.
Friday for kids.
It's Friday for kids.
You're right.
Today's Friday for kids. For DOE kids.
Yes.
DOE kids got today off.
They do?
No, I'm sorry. Tomorrow.
tomorrow, but some kids are skipping
I'm
school.
glad we got it all figured out over
because
here.
it's only pep rally today.
Well, because it's okay. Last day of school before Christmas. So this would be traditionally the day where if there was two boys with a major disagreement, it would usually be taken care of, handled by today or the last day of school. Before you get into summer break,
3 o'clock.
Because what's going to happen? It's going to be 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The teachers and the nuns are looking in the other direction,
the bus,
and
bro.
that's it. Bang bang, matayao. I'm gonna fuck you in the face. That's what the kids are gonna say. That's what it's gonna be all about here today. So that's what's gonna be happening in school, and then you got like 3 weeks before anything is gonna happen. So what? You're gonna go back to school on January the 5th. People will have forgotten about this. The black eye, the swelling, all of that stuff will go down. Not that I know this from personal experience. Not that I'm familiar with this from personal. I'm just saying. Anyway, so what have I got here? 6:11. Here's the weather for today. Mostly sunny. That's all most people need to hear. If you want to play hooky with the kids, good day to go out there and get your grill marks on. Daytime highs 87 degrees. East winds 14 to 16 miles an hour. Might see some gusts today. Up as high as 21 miles an hour today. 20 miles an hour tonight. Mostly sunny with highs near 87 degrees for tomorrow. What is tomorrow, Joe?
Christmas.
Yes, it is the birthday of our
Friday.
Lord and Savior, Jesus H. Christ, best president ever. Oh, wait. That's not until next week. Hold on. Tomorrow is Friday. Mostly sunny. Friday again with daytime highs of about 87 degrees and gusts as high as about 21 miles an hour, 20 miles an hour tomorrow night. So a duplicate of what we got today. Expect some isolated showers. Some of that may have already fallen. I had to use the windshield wiper on the way into work here this morning, but hopefully that's going to dry out for the rest of the day. Hard to tell with the radar because it's on the fritz again. It's like that. Somebody give the National Weather Service some batteries. I think that's all they need. But maybe it's like it's not AA, it's not AAA. It's those ones that go into those little Microsoft pens, the 4 A's. Maybe they just need a whole bunch of 4 A's here.
Batteries.
Yeah, or button batteries, 2032s. But sometimes you get the 2025 by mistake because they look the same. Partly sunny Saturday with highs near 87 degrees. East-northeast winds 14 to 20 miles an hour, gusting as high as about 25 miles an hour. With a heat index, it'll feel like 92 today. 30% chance of rain. Sunrise this morning at 6:37 and sunset tonight scheduled for 5:58. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. There it is. News and weather together on 93.3 The Point, brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for these over 70 years.
Breathe easy this Christmas with Carrier Guam. Keep your home merry, bright, and fresh with our XL air purifier. Now just $265 while supplies last. With 3-in-1 filters and LED air quality monitoring, it's the perfect gift of clean air for your family. Visit Carrier Guam in Harmon Industrial Park behind Kmart or call 671-647-2665. Carrier, your local source for comfort and quality this holiday season. Carrier Guam, turn to the experts this Christmas.
When it comes to carpets or tile, you want more than just clean. You want deep clean. That's what Black Widow Cleaning delivers. Owned and operated by lifelong local Clayton Duval, Black Widow specializes in carpet extraction and tile and grout steam cleaning, using professional, state-of-the-art equipment to remove dirt, stains, and buildup that ordinary cleaning just can't touch. From small homes to large businesses, every job reflects the expertise, dedication, and quality only a certified firm can deliver. Black Widow Cleaning, where Guam homes and businesses get the deep clean they deserve. Visit blackwidowcleaning.com for a free quote today.
1 week left. 7 more days till Christmas. Get the perfect Shinarp gift at the local shop or bladesbycrank.com.
Okay, I will. 614 Ray Gibson Show, brought to you by Kim and Ron and his beautiful people over at Security Title, plus APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Nice 615 Ray Gibson Show. Welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. On this side of the screen here, I got this is the last of the Run with Friends in for 2025.
Forever.
No, not forever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, but it's January first Wednesday in January. I think there'll be another one. Hey, see you next year. Crap, I forgot to say that as I was leaving last night.
Oh man.
That's it. No, I'm just a reminder for your kids at school today. Today is going to be the last day of school for GDOE students. They've got tomorrow off. They won't be back in classes for the most part until January the 5th. So tell your kids, if they want to be remembered as the biggest geeks in school, to say when you're leaving, see you next year. It's true. It makes it sound like you're not going to see each other for like an entire year, 12 months. But really, it's only going to be for like 3 weeks. So it's funny. It's a funny thing. Well, maybe it was funny when I was in the third grade. At any rate, I'll put this picture back up on the screen and commemorate it. Thank you, Roy, who's the official, unofficial photographer of the Run with Friends group. The other photographer with the Run with Friends group is Derek.
Oh, okay.
Is Derek. Now,
this guy?
No, Derek's not in the picture. I've got a picture of Derek. You gave me a picture of Derek.
Of course.
And so Derek has got this expensive camera. And so after everybody starts running, he'll run up to like Weston with his camera.
Yeah, he'll beat them down there.
Up the hill, running up with the camera. And not even breathing hard. The guy doesn't even break a sweat for the entire time. But you might be able to see me in the background in there. And
we see you.
There's at least one of these women in the picture whose nickname is Ate Sexy.
Ah,
yeah. So I'll leave that
it's
up
hard
there
to
for just a second.
They're all beautiful.
So you can determine
Go on.
which one. What might be the Ate Sexy here? Oh, Donna wants to go on because she's asking. Do you have a nickname?
The Ate Cartel.
Yes, I have a nickname.
Here we go.
My nickname is Kuya Pogi.
Bolero.
And Donna was
so
like,
bolero.
did you give yourself that nickname? And I said, yes. Of course I did. Yes, I did give myself that nickname. If you're wondering what the hell I'm talking about, find Pinoy. They'll go ahead and make the adjustments for you. Real Joe actually showed up yesterday around the front of it. Just kind of, and it was like he was.
Honestly, I was trying to avoid you guys.
He stops
You
the bike.
saw me, dude.
He stops the bike and he pulls it over like he's stopping for a funeral or something. And I'm like,
Your
Joey,
escort is here.
Joey, come on. You got your camera. Take some pictures. And I want him to take pictures of me. But
I did.
Well, yeah. So, but the first one you post up isn't me. This is Derek Mindell.
Oh, that's right. I took it because I wanted to see what shoes he was using.
Oh.
Because the pros,
Yeah.
I make shoe contact before I make eye contact.
Bro, he's got his own store, so he can sell off his own shoes. Anyway, let me see that. There's other pictures. Wait, there's the grainy picture of me. Do you have makeup on your lens?
Look at you in the sunset.
It's the only thing I can think of. It's so hazy in there because you got makeup.
Sepia. I'm sorry, man. I got the drug dealer phone.
Appreciate that. This might also be true. Might be there's other pictures. I wanted to get a sense of the folks that are coming out here and having a good time. Shirt, no shirt.
Yeah, it's a community.
Yeah,
man.
it was a nice little deal.
Yeah.
Not the same as running in Makati or anything like that, but it is a beautiful, beautiful thing. And I got to say, once we got started, and I've been listening to all the doom and gloom conversations about, oh my God, tourism's dead, DFS is dead. The Hard Rock is dead, all of that stuff. And, I got to say, I was running up and down Tumon last night about 6 o'clock. It didn't feel very dead. There was a lot of people out there that we had to run around and avoid, and lots of strollers out there with the Koreans and the Japanese. I'm sure I heard some of that in the mix yesterday. So it's not all that bad. I mean, suffice to say that I'm not in that business, so it's not like I got margins to deal with. But from the perspective of just somebody that was hoofing it on the roadway yesterday, it didn't look all that terrible. 6:19 in the morning. Welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. The Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Can you tell? I've got my name on the thing here, and I'm going to be your host, guiding you, as it were, through a number of interesting, fascinating, and it's a good thing today is Thursday, because if we did this tomorrow, we would have to embargo the frowny face. But
man.
I think it is. It's a thing. I saw it yesterday, and I immediately got frowny faced. Immediately got frowny faced.
Bothered.
When you open up your power bill this month, they're not going to have the monthly customer newsletter insights that show you all the great things the men and women at the Guam Power Authority are doing to keep the lights on, keep the roadways clear.
Good morning, Tracy.
No debris or any of that stuff. So instead, they have inserted at the request of Governor Lulian Guerrero what I refer to as fake news. It's fake news. This is as your governor. I'm writing to you because a decision made by the legislature risks Guam having to give back $104 million to the federal government. This directly affects every household and business on our island, and you deserve to know the consequences before it's too late. This would be a good time for the dun-dun-dun. Do we have the before it's too late?
You know, I usually save that for Tony Atta.
Maybe he's going to have some comment on this as well.
No, you have to wean him off of it because he's going to need a new thing when he starts running.
Wait, what happens if he wins?
Oh, boy.
And we got...
Things will get better, man.
Today, Governor Tony Atta. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah.
Anyway, so, and then they go into italics. This is critical. End italics. If we lose this $104 million in American Rescue Plan funding, GPA and GWA will have no choice but to borrow from the bond market, and that means your power and rates will increase. Oh, my God.
You don't die, you live.
This outcome is entirely preventable, but only if action is taken now. Our administration is ready to move forward with long overdue power, water, and wastewater infrastructure upgrades in Mangilao that will support the new hospital and strengthen utilities for the entire system. These projects are funded with $104 million in ARPA funds that must be expended by December 31st next year or be returned to the federal government. What stands in the way is not a lack of planning. Not a lack of funding or work readiness. It is the refusal of Attorney General Doug Moreland to even review the contracts required to start these projects. This inaction has stalled not just the hospital, but also power, water, and wastewater infrastructure upgrades that all ratepayers benefit from, even the ones that don't live in the back road. To break this deadlock, I sent a bill to the legislature allowing the Procurement Council at the General Services Agency, an independent and qualified authority within DOA, to review and approve the contract so the work could finally begin. The legislature voted down the bill. Only Senators Will Parkinson and Tina Munoz-Barnes, my favorite, voted in support. The following senators voted no. Tony Atta. Dun, dun, dun. Maybe we have seen the best of Tony Atta. Yeah. Frank Blush Jr., Chris Dueñas, Sean Gumatau, Jess Lujan, Sabrina Salas-Montanani, Therese Terlai, Vince Bora, Chris Barnett, even Sabina Perez voted no on this.
Hey, Sabina.
Shelley Calvo, Joe S., and Tello Taitagui were excused absent for this. So, like I said, it's, number one, it's this crap fake news that we're floating around here. Ask me, it is. It is fake news. So trying to tie, if we don't spend this money on the infrastructure out there, they're going to have to go to the bond market. GPA, GWA, they're going to have to raise rates. Well, GWA already has to raise rates. They got all these consent decrees and things like that they've got to deal with before the governor even thought about building a hospital someplace.
So Doug's on the naughty list.
Oh, Doug's definitely on the naughty list. Doug's on our list. Number one call here this morning. And then for me, the idea that they're now going to hold hostage here the utilities and our rates. And then there's this thing here that really kind of pisses me off. Since when does GPA, an autonomous agency, start taking requests from the governor's office? Hey, could you do me a favor and put this in all of the 40,000 bills that are going to be out there to businesses and residents on Guam? Scare tactic. Could you do that? I thought if we were gonna do envelope stuffing for the administration, I thought they'd be stuffing in the Josh and Tina bumper stickers with the billing. I don't know. Like I said, and my understanding is I'm not the only one that feels this way, and there have already been suggestions that maybe the Attorney General needs to look into this. We'll find out about that a little bit later on. And at least one member of the 38th Guam legislature that says that's it. Oversight on the CCU. We'll get all of this stuff in order for you here this morning as we move forward. But there's all kinds of other stuff in the table of contents. We'll get around to doing all of that after we talk about all of these ratepayers right here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see the troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Oh, I love messages like this. Me Machine with a message. By the way, 7978255 is the Me Machine number. I'll give that to you right now in case you would like to type a message just like this into the Me Machine. And it reads from Stephen Blake.
Real guy.
Ray dropped off the beetle nut. Hey. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I didn't see it, bro.
Always. That's always a pleasant message to get in the morning. Oh, by the way, and
thank you for the drugs.
I got to do a
Schedule
shout.
3?
No, it's Schedule Raymond. I got to do a shout here this morning to the guys over at Dr. Yang's Dental Clinic.
Because they did it.
They did it.
Oh, yeah.
They did it.
They looked inside there.
A couple of weeks ago, I lost the filling, and it was right here.
Way to go, Dr. Yang.
Yeah, and so I've been kind of, smiling. When I smile, I put my lips down.
Yeah.
I get that look when I smile because I didn't want to show the doffy sort of in the teeth. But they were able to take care of that yesterday, and I have new fillings in my mouth. And thank you very much. And the Novocaine is about worn off. The Novocaine was about worn off. It's a little bit tricky, because you almost want to start drinking right away, and you can't.
You're going to drool everywhere.
There will be dribblage. There will be dribblage in a day. Anyway, 6:26 in the morning. Let me just see who's in the gizmo here. Anthony Bennett Lujan doing is at number 1. Congratulations, and as usual, thank you very much for crowd. Appreciate you supporting us here at the radio station. I see EOD Kaboom online. Absolutely. Ham Guy, Elizabeth Mendiola Kitchitu is in there. Joe Kai saying good morning to his Woostig neighbors. And his team's over at G4S, the 2025 Pika's Best Security Company. I got the Jerome McDonald online. So I sent Jerome that picture that I was threatening to put on. Yeah, well, it was feet wearing underwear.
Okay.
And even he said,
"You're welcome, J-Mac.
Don't put that on the screen. It's too creepy."
Okay.
So the man,
even by his standards,
yes, apparently the man does have some standards. It's good to have you online here, despite the fact that he has some standards.
That is really wild.
He spends his afternoons with us. Felix Bumba's online. Lori with a Y. Duenas. Hey, half a day to you. D. Wayne Paredu says, good morning, Guam, and the Point crew. Biba Mary Torres. J.B. St. Nicholas saying good morning, all. And the countdown now on his clock, 6 days, 17 hours, 59 minutes between now and Christmas morning.
Your eye out, kid.
Midnight Mass. Thank you very much. Tattoo Auntie Bennett Lujan Duenas says, re-election Gumatau Shelley Calvo, Jess Lujan, Chris Duenas, Sabrina Solis Matanani, Vince Borja, Telo Taitagui, 4 Republican senators, 2025. That's the incumbent list. There's a growing list of new Republican names that are floating around. I ran into one of them last night.
Ooh, a fresh one.
A fresh one. And I'd asked him, I said, hey, I know there's a lot of new Republican guys coming in here, but honestly and for real, I'm curious, are there any Democrats that are going to be running for senator in 2026?
That's a very good question.
It is a good question, but one of the names that he threw out was not a new guy. It's Roy Kanata.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to get the cheeseburger
Roy
guy.
Kanata.
Yeah, we're going to get him back.
The big sign man.
The big sign man.
Yeah.
With the
big sign.
Yes.
Big sign.
With the Whopper sticker on it. That's the guy. There we go. But I don't know about that. Anyway, so we got Jessica S.E. Cruz saying mushy mushy. Jay Nauta, we're all strong because of Eric Song. Johnny Utah. Love this. As we still aren't 1 year into Trump's term, what other demons are going down? They just assassinated another young Republican leader at Brown University. This isn't going to work out for the left. Zerald Young is working in the machine. There's Patrick Bumba. Good to see you. As Sarita Gurin, Magandan Umaga, the Point Familia. Good to have you online. Did you see her? Did you see her in the picture?
I don't look at her anymore because she's about to get married or something, man.
No, I heard.
I don't even look
at
her.
She's in this picture. She's wait. It's Sarita.
You couldn't tell because she looks 22.
And look, I'm in this picture too.
Oh, hey.
I think I'm in all of the pictures from last night because every time somebody was holding a camera out in their outstretched arm, we're on them like white on rice. Now, let me see. I got Jerome McDonald, like I said, is in the machine. Off a day to Joe Dizon. Ismael Velez. Okay, what's he got to say?
Oh, boy, Chief.
Ismael says,
good morning.
At a vote of 77-20, the Senate passes the defense bill that defies Trump and forces sharing of boat strike videos. This is what the left reports. But what is that bill? None other than the NDAA. It calls for maintaining a strong force in Europe, Korea, building up the Indo-PACOM, building up our nuclear force, R&D, Gold Dome. housing allowance for federal employees on Guam. Funny how there are all kinds of beautiful proclamations in the bill, but the left makes it sound like a defeat of Trump. Oh no, they're going to have to share the boat strike videos. They'll see all of the images. Yes, of us, the sport fishermen, just guys going out there to support their families.
Yeah,
yeah,
like
right.
6 4-stroke outboards.
Okay, so this is what I'm. This is how I feel about every time the Democrats think that they've got a gotcha on the Trump or the Trump administration. It always backfires on them somehow. It will. And so I'm trying to figure out in these boat strike videos that they've got there. I'm wondering what it is that the administration, Hegseth, knows that is going to backfire. It's like, okay, like the bakers. Fine. You can eat the cake you ordered me to make. So are you going to enjoy the videos that you've ordered us to throw out, just like the Epstein videos, et cetera, et cetera? Now, where we are, where's Sarita Guerin online? There's Stephen Blake, Auntie Bennett saying no Fisher. Spelled it wrong, but it's okay. Let me see. More from Ismail Velez. While Jewish students are being attacked in colleges, the furries are granted a safe space and protection. The furries are coming. The furries are coming. Don't you worry about it. We're all locked and loaded. Alicia Duenas Anderson online. There's Ron and Cindy De La Rosa saying Merry Christmas to everybody. Carol Ann Prune hanging out in the machine. Ava Ken Augustin. Is Gov Guam off on Friday the 26th?
God, I hope so.
Probably.
Yeah.
Well, probably it is. Yeah,
I'll push for it.
There's no other work that needs to get done, and they put in so much hard work already.
Yeah, man.
In the year. Yeah. So and not everybody got to enjoy the Thanksgiving, the Black Friday Thanksgiving thing.
Not everyone.
Yeah. Some people had to do work from home or answer emails or something like that. So we're going to go ahead and give everybody else some. Let me see. I finally won last night at the Run Guam raffle after so many runs. I was off by one. I was off by like one digit on my blue ticket.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they hand out before the run. They hand you a blue ticket, and then you go running and come back, and you look at the soggy blue ticket after you've sweat on it, and try to figure out if you were a winner. And I was close. It was like 5-5. My ticket was 554, and one of the winners was number 553, and I stalked the holder of 553, and I beat them over the head with my running shoes. Cerise, what does a 90-year-old man have in common with a Christmas tree?
Oh, no.
No, I'm not. No, Cerise, I'm not going. If you want to get the punchline on that joke, you got to go check out the Facebook Live. And Maria Duenas Paris is online, says, good morning, Joe Kai from Woostig. Therese Uggan saying good morning. That's nice. And Jerome McDonald says, fruitcakes are on the way. Bro.
Wow, it's what we always wanted, J-Man.
we got fruitcakes here. It's okay.
I like fruitcake from Harry and David.
And we love carrot cake,
They no
too.
longer ship to Guam.
We love all the worst cakes that take like 10 years to get bad.
But Jerome might be able to do that 6:32 in the morning. We're moving fast today. Moving fast, everybody. Let me check the YouTube side and see what these troublemakers are up to. Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King. Yes, named after Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Happy holidays, he says. MP Ogo, the adult supervision, says Merry Christmas, Point Familia. It's getting close. Tommy Napati says, good morning, Guam, USA. Half a day, everybody. Good morning from Stephen Klein. The Taco God 67. Taco God 67 says, good morning and happy holidays. Leslie Sinicolas is in there. Yes, today is the last day for all GDOE schools, says Taco God 67. Tommy Garcia hanging out in the mix. User, that's all it says. Good morning, parents. Enjoy the holiday with your kids. Bad Boy 671 Guam Barbecue says half a day and throwing in some Santa Claus and Shaka emojis. SP Borja says, is there in the thing? Yes. The thing has it there.
Oh, the thing.
It does.
It is now, and we are here.
Jay Swizzle says, good morning, everybody. Whoa, Colin Clarkson, the machine, says, good morning, Ray, Donna, and Joe. How you doing, old man? Good to see you. Lao671 says, half a day. John Martinez, hey, Uncle John, good to have you there. Tattoo Sean Gumatauta says, good morning from Telefofo. He's got the press release that he went out. There's also a news story about the oversight hearings that he had. So naturally, today's a good day to get him on the line and get a debrief on that before too much longer. Ron Castro, 1276. Is Avade Pointers and Pointettes. Might be a few more of these things. You can chime in anytime you want to. Calling 888-8255-888-TALK, because that's the phone number. 797-8255 is a phone number as well, but we don't even answer that phone. But you can send in your memes, your funny videos, interesting pictures that you found on the web, political gossip if you like. Maybe your AI artwork. You know, there's a lot. You know, I do my AI candy on a regular basis just because I want to keep my skills sharp in the text to image and text to video generation game, if you will. Because I think one of these days there's going to be a call for that kind of thing. I mean, somebody's got to put together the text to imagery of hot thick Panay bikini models. On beaches in Boracay.
You've been chosen, man.
I have been chosen. Thank you very much. But anyway, so that's the meme machine, 7978255. You can also leave comments if you want to on the Facebook side, on the YouTube side. I check on all of those things. If you just want to watch the show, then just go to thepoint.gu on the World Wide Web and take a look and see what there's a little video screen up on the video. Oh, wait. Hold on. It says something about the playback was aborted due to a corruption problem.
Oh, no abortion here.
Wait, no, I'll fix that. I got it. And right underneath that, I'll put it up on the screen so you can see it. Right underneath where it says visual radio, the point, there is also, let me get rid of the tree. There's also the happenings file, and this will show you all the cool things that are going to be going on today and for the next several days. There's plenty more after that. A couple of long-range things. Guam Women's Club 70th Mardi Gras in February. The MOB Christmas ride that's going to be taking place this weekend. Real Joe's going to be there, right?
Of course.
Real Joe's going to be there. He's going to be having a good time.
Stretching out.
Slay the 5K over at Chamorro Village, Southern Mountain Gear 5K. That's going on.
Whatever.
And I got the it's in the machine. You have to search for it, but it's not until January, right? So it's the Tomodachi Run Walk.
Aye.
The Tomodachi Run Walk, January 11th, Sunday, 5:30 a.m. Go time at 6:30 a.m. This will take place at the Yoji Calvo Fieldhouse.
Oh, nice.
And there's all kinds of stuff. There's your chance to win a grand prize, which is a trip to Tokyo with Japan Airlines.
What's
yes,
Super Genki?
This is and we're going to put you on the plane that actually takes off and lands. Not the one that lands and then takes off again. The one that practice. This one here is going to take off and it's going to go all the way to Japan. Yeah, I know. There's free T-shirts. We have Inari Sushi, courtesy of Dun Donkey, and I shouldn't say anything about this, but when they came by to talk to me about that, there's the Tomodachi Run Walk, and there's a Tomodachi card. There's a Tomodachi card.
I missed it, dude, when they were at Donkey. Because I was like,
it's like if you, what is it, $50 or $100 at Donkey?
It's $100 and you get all these discount thingies.
Oh, right. And then you got the PHR discounts and all of that stuff that's attached to it. So I don't know if that's a part of the race. I don't know if they're going to be giving away any more of those over at the race. But like I said, scroll down on the gizmo and see if you can find information and getting yourself signed up for the Tomodachi Run Walk 2026. 6:37 in the morning. And that's all the hello. Good mornings, I think that we got it. Oh, wait. Monique Shireen Alvarez Baza is online.
Wow, all the
I
names.
know there's a nice name. Anytime you got a French first name, that's always cool. Ken Augustin, what will be in the speech our president is delivering today? I think, personally for me, I think it's going to be, and it might be long, but let me paraphrase, STFU. I think that's going to be largely
he's going to lay it down.
The point that he's going to make to all of the Democratic crybabies and bedwetters, just STFU. You had your chance with Biden and Kamala, and look at how bad you've screwed things up. You've screwed things up so bad that it has taken me almost the entire year to get gasoline prices down around $2 a gallon, like they were when he was the president of the United States the first time. And look at all the people now that we've got to deport here out of this country that your Lord and Savior Joe Biden let into the country, so you might be able to do some different kind of gerrymandering and win elections by cheating instead of on merit. Just saying, STFU is what I expect to hear. Not so much in those few words, but that's what I expect we're going to hear from the Trump. The other thing that I'm expecting to hear, it's Thursday on Guam, right?
All day.
Just looking to get confirmation.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what day, but it was, there are guys that thought it was going to be Monday Guam Day. There are people that thought it would be Wednesday Guam Day, maybe not until Friday Guam Day, where the president reschedules marijuana and makes it a Schedule 3 drug. A lot of people are going, just take it off the schedule, period. But the Schedule 3, I guess, is a good compromise, a good place to put it. But then what is it? Fentanyl. He put fentanyl, executive order to put fentanyl at Condition 1.
Yeah, because it could kill you.
Because it will kill you. And it has no other benefits that anybody can think of, and it might actually kill you. 6:39 in the morning. Donnie with news and headlines. I got to figure out what's going on, what the big stories are. So if you got a second, go ahead and tell everybody what's going on today.
A former UOG employee has been convicted of stealing over $5,800 in public funds. Florencia Ungil Sikabert was found guilty of theft and official misconduct tied to UOG's driver's education program. Prosecutors say she used the money for personal expenses. She faces up to 11 years in prison and fines of up to $10,000. Meanwhile, the governor signed a bill giving GMH $19.75 million for capital improvements, but vetoed a separate $8.2 million measure, saying no funds were legally available. Governor Lulian Guerrero says the approved money comes from bond refinancing savings, while the vetoed bill lacked a proper appropriation source. And Philippine Airlines has launched a nonstop Cebu-Guam flight, the first direct service from Cebu to a U.S. destination. The inaugural flight arrived on Guam early yesterday. Officials say the new route reduces travel time, boosts tourism, and strengthens ties between Guam and the Philippines. Flights operate 3 times a week in both directions. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
That's going to be fun. Talk to somebody that never been to Manila but has been to Cebu and says cheap as blank. And I thought, there's another reason to go and check things out on that side of the city here. 6:41 on the Ray Gibson Show. We got to look at what's going on in, what are we doing? The traffic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Attorney General Doug Moreland on the way.
Wakey, wakey, Guam. It's time to rise, shine, and dine at Wendy's. Kickstart your morning with our breakfast faves, like the Morning Melt Panini, savory breakfast burrito, or sausage, egg, and cheese English muffin. Or are you looking for some local flavor? Choose one of our local breakfast platters, like the Biggie Breakfast Platter. It's hearty, filling, and packed with island goodness. Start your day with Guam's best value for breakfast, only at Wendy's. Head on over today.
Coming January 24th to the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse. The Cover Girls, live on Guam. Angel, the original cover girl, and her iconic voice, singing all their hits like Because of You, Promise Me, Inside Out, and Show Me. Joining them on stage, the queen of dance, EDM, and freestyle, Shannon. Also, 90s freestyle diva singing all her hits, Jocelyn Enriquez.
The radio plays our favorite song, and it's what keeps me holding on. Baby, do you miss me?
Brought to you by Choice Broadcasting, Trivision Media, and Cherry Media. This is a Jams Media show you don't want to miss. Tickets and info at guamtime.net.
What? Okay, it's 6:42. I'm going to pass along some sad news for fans of the television series Buck Rogers of the first century? Yeah, Gil Gerard, best known for his role as the title character in Buck Rogers in the 25th century. 82 years old after a battle with cancer. In addition to Buck Rogers, which ran for just a couple of seasons, but iconic from the time. His career includes role on TV shows such as Sidekicks, Earth Force, films like Airport 77. Yeah, I remember that. I've actually recently rewatched that because I thought that was a good movie when I was kids. And a show called The Nice Guys. Gil Gerard, dead at 82 years old. It's 6:43 on the Ray Gibson Show. What am I supposed to take care of? Portions of the broadcast made possible by my friends, award-winning friends over at Take Care. Okay. Traffic. Let me get this off the screen here. Was it weird timing that I'm doing a thing about Gil Gerard dying at 82 years old with this on the screen that said, quote from the doctor, you just need to diet and exercise and you'll start feeling better. And then me saying, so it's terminal then. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, that kind of stings. Stand by. Let me see if I can find some traffic for you in the machine. I got this one here. Okay, that's a good enough map. I recognize Guam from the sky. No traffic. Nothing that, maybe intersection traffic at Anderson Air Force Base, tiny bit of traffic. Who could do car line for the last time for 3 weeks? We got just intersection traffic in between Pau Pau, Isang Song. We got 1 and 3. That's running clear. Micronesia Mall running clear. Don't have anything to 8, 10, and 16. I think it's going to be a nice drive from Micronesia Mall southbound through the rest of Upper Tumon, Harmon, Tamuning, etc. is looking pretty clear. Nothing in Agania. Central roads like Route 4, Route 8, Route 10 running very, very clear right now. And if you're in downtown again, you're trying to get to NBG, that's Naval Base Guam. Clear shot, nothing going to slow you down. You might want to swing by the Infusion and grab yourself some gift certificates. They have them there. You can buy like a 100-pack or a 200-pack, and then denominations of $5 or $10
coffee
is the thing. Oh, they have more than they have plenty more
that's more than coffee.
Okay, but Donna was asking if you could use the gift certificates at the Mochi place in Barragata on Route 8, and unfortunately the answer is no.
That's okay.
It's okay, because the money you save when I give you the gift certificate, then you can use that
on the cinnamon.
Yeah, the thing over in the Mochi Donuts here. 6:45 in the morning. Do I have an attorney general on the line, Joe?
Doug Moreland, he's the toughest AG on crime. Doug Moreland.
There might be floating around in my email feed here a story about the phone lines over at the Attorney General's office. Let me see if we got an update on that. Attorney General Doug Moreland, did the GTA guy fix your phone yet?
I haven't got the briefing, but I mean we're on it. So there's a line, one of their high power lines or something.
Gotcha.
But,
so I was over at Pono. By the way, that's where. What? No. Easy, Donna. I was over at Pono the other day, and I was looking at the building that your office is in, and I saw the big Citadel on that. Is Ricky Delgado from IT&E, is he your new landlord?
He was also the ITC one.
Oh, that's right.
The prior AG's offices, yep.
That's right.
They own both.
Do you still have a unit at ITC?
That's right. We have 3 offices there, the Child Support, Family Division, and our HR department.
They give you a volume discount?
Well, we're still on the old lease, but I mean we're one of the highest paying government departments. Our office is that big, but I mean, government's got to redirect itself and start building its own buildings. That department administration building that they got, that they knocked down. It's just one problem after the other.
Oh, my God, what a waste. What an absolute waste. Can we just let me dwell on that for just a minute. We're talking about interesting 1950s, early 60s architecture that went in there. It had a beautiful breezeway, stairs down in the middle, little package store down underneath the back stairs. So I could see them, knocking it down, maybe replacing it with something, but they haven't now. The only thing that's there is that little community garden and homeless people. That's it. That's all we've done with that, and it's such a great spot for something incredible. Obviously, we're all holding out for Agania Restoration Committee to do something with that, but we've been waiting for something out of the Agania Restoration Committee since Eddie Calvo was the governor. Anyway, 6:47 in the morning. There are a number of people that started posting this around social media yesterday. It was a fake news commercial from Lou and Josh about how if we lose this $104 million in American Rescue Plan funding, GPA and GWA will have no choice but to borrow from the bond market, and that means your power and water rates are going to increase. So apparently, the businesses and the residences here on Guam are going to be held hostage unless we find a way to get Attorney General Doug Moreland out from under this procurement.
Well, they're always trying to remove me, Ray, and that's usually the first red flag for all we taxpayers and voters out there. Why is it that these guys are always trying to remove me and prevent an attorney that was selected under a competitive process of attorneys running for the position to look over their legal documents? It's a huge red flag, and yeah.
But then now they're saying that they want somebody else to look it over. The General Services Agency.
The guy that they appointed, that the governor.
Right. An independent and qualified authority within DOA. Well, who the hell does DOA work for? Adelu.
Yeah, and it's ironic that the guy they want to look at it is the guy that GPA, the CCU, fired publicly. That was Graham Botha. So, what the heck's going on in this picture? That's why the cleansing of an election and letting the people decide who their attorney is is the best system. All the states are doing it. You know, the whole entire United States, of all the states, they're all electing their attorney generals. And Guam did it in 1998. So, but Ray, that letter that I was sent it by the senators, and they're inquiring whether or not it's legal or not. So I got the looking at it, but you got to ask yourself.
Well, it's legality, but in my mind, the appropriateness of what is supposed to be an autonomous arm and an autonomous agency of the government of Guam, looking like they've taken a side, and there's nothing there. There's nothing there. There should be a thing from JB or Tracy that says, okay, some kind of disclaimer, like we've got on the radio station, where the opinion of the host and callers do not necessarily reflect the opinion of the management and the staff and advertisers and anybody that thinks right with their heads. There needed to be some kind of disclosure other than it was inserted at the request of Governor Lulian Guerrero.
Okay, so Ray, step back a moment. You as a taxpayer, as a ratepayer that's paying our power and water bills, that costs money to put it in everybody's flyers, for the staffer, from the printing the paper to the postage. So why is it that the CCU is taking the side of the governor when they're doing a miserable job and our rates are going up, and we've got poison going on in the Jigo area? Then we got poison that's going to happen when their oil pipeline leaks to Ukudu and Dededo. So why is it that they're so interested in doing this? And I said it when you interviewed me before. Follow the money. Who's going to get a cut at the CCU end, or some family member that's taking that equipment from the port to the Okudu? And by the way, that's a current investigation we're doing. Who's getting rich off of the $105 million, and how is the governor divvying it with the CCU to get them to put that political letter into everybody ratepayers' billing statements?
A desperate scare tactic. A desperate scare tactic.
But it's the money. Who's getting rich off of the $105 million that, by the way, is in the governor's bank, the family bank at Bank of Guam? Longer it stays in there, the more interest it's getting. Where's the Department of Administration? Why didn't they bid out the banking services? This is all interconnected, and it's all going back to the money. The CCU has no interest in putting that letter. The infrastructure to Manila has nothing to do with their power grid to us, all we taxpayers. It's a 10-year project that has no effect upon us. So where's the money? Who's getting rich off of this? Why are they doing this? Have them. And by the way, I recommended to the senators, do an oversight hearing like they did on DOC yesterday. Bring in the CCU members, put them under oath, and ask them what were the communications going on between the governor's office and the CCU members to motivate putting that in. And did you have a public hearing to authorize it to go into the, a CCU open government meeting to authorize it to go into your billing statements? Questions. It's our money.
Exactly. And so, and I'm trying to sort out, of this $104 million in ARPA funds now that was supposed to be used for infrastructure, et cetera. How is that related to the ARPA funds? How has that been vetted as a good use for ARPA?
Right. That's the whole Manila water and power lines that they're trying to push me out of so I don't stop them, despite the fact that there was an open government law violation with Gura, and there's an active litigation, at least 4 or 5 cases going on.
That's next.
So, it's like a RICO, a corrupt organization of mafiosos that are going around making communications with one another. Let's go. And by the way, it's not just me. Look at how they put the bottom of it. The senators that did not vote for the governor's bill,
yes,
and the senators that were either absent or voting for the governor's bill. This is a political hack job by the governor and her little cretins up there and the CCU. And I've said it from day one that these two organizations, they're not serving the people of Guam and our financial interests.
They're needed in the very least a disclosure. In the very least, a disclosure. Well, here's the thing. You know what? We got a health and wellness fair in January that we're going to be doing over at the mall. You think maybe I can send a flyer to the guys over at GPA, and they can include that in the power bills that go out to 50,000 people?
Exactly right.
I mean, if the governor can make a request and have a commercial in there, can I? Want to do that?
This is why they're going to get. I'm pretty sure that some senator is going to introduce a bill further putting a clamp on those guys. But I mean, it's just the idea. Do we have to regulate the hell out of everything? Where's the common sense? And that's what I said at DOC yesterday. Where's the common sense on fixing an air condition? Why do you need a design tech to be paid $7,000 at Gura to go down and fix an air condition? You and I do it every day. Bring the tech in, he'll quote it, get the compressor flown into Guam.
I got a guy. I'll bet you it doesn't even need that. I'll bet you it's something simple. I got a guy. Just go in there. You know, we had air conditioning issues that got fixed just when I came back from the Philippines. Sorry, guys. But no, I did not do that on purpose. I was hustling on the guy by long distance, but to make sure that things were getting done and things were moving on the project because it was one of those things. And it was a piece of equipment, just a little tiny. It was not even. I don't even want to call it equipment. I want to say like valve or something.
A solenoid.
It had one of these hairline cracks on the inside, and the Freon kept running out, and so it was icing up. I mean, the guy took him 20 minutes once he found out what the thing was. It took him 20 minutes to be able to fix and recharge.
Right. Analysis paralysis. People that can't do their jobs, just get the tech in there. They'll quote it and get it. You're not rebuilding an HVA system. You have existing units. Just fix the unit.
Okay, can I throw this one at you, Doug? Is it possible that among one of the detainees, among one of the clients of the Department of Correction, is somebody? If you only gave him a vacuum pump and the meters, right, the gauges, he probably could have done it.
I'm sure there's some guy that had a dad that was a tech, and we can go in there, give him an oxyacetylene tank and a little bit of silver. He can fix the leak. Compressor, order it. We do it every day as consumers. You go on to Carrier and you say, can you fly in me a compressor for my air condition? That's the most important part of it. Anyways, Ray, this is absurdity that I'm dealing with in the government here. And I've got my lawyers. We're putting the meth addicts in jail. We're winning our trials.
Keep it up.
And at this point, what is the CCU doing? This is the civil side of the Attorney General. That's why the Attorney General is very important in this community, whether it's me or somebody else. Protect the public interest, protect our welfare.
A member of the CCU has chimed in this morning and said he would not have supported the insertion of this fake news commercial.
What are you there for?
He was not consulted.
You're fired.
He was not consulted. Is the thing. I'll share names with you a little bit later on.
Plausible deniability, right, Ray? That's how it goes in government. I did not know what happened. We'll do something about it.
We'll get to it. Me and you. We'll take care of it, buddy. I'll see you pretty soon. Merry Christmas to you. 888-255-888-TALK. I'm sorry. So we smile about it now because it's No Frowning Face Thursday or something.
Yeah.
But it's just, I looked at this. You got to be kidding me. Wait a second. Inserted at the request of Governor Lourdes Leon Guerrero. And apparently there's a new advertising media that is available to the government, and that is, being able to put stuff into the bills here. Now, this is the GPA. This is the replacement now for their regular customer newsletter, Insights, and maybe in the next one there'll be some kind of, I don't know. How do you spell retraction? R-E? Anyway, it's 6:57 and change. So much in my head. So you want to talk about stuff, by the way, 888-255-888-TALK. Oh, my God, Barry Mead is in the machine here.
Big Barry
The
Mead.
president has received my letter, so I'm wondering, what is the Governor Moylan and the Speaker doing about the Agent Orange contamination of the island and the effect on the civilians and villages? Just wondering. Sorry, I didn't know we had a Governor Moylan.
No, we don't.
Caleo's not elected yet. He hasn't picked up a packet, bro. Don't know exactly what he's talking about. Half a day from chilly Florida. Keena McCausland, the weather report for Vancouver, Washington. She says, dang, that's Washingtonese.
Oh, wow, that means no rain.
It was like a typhoon here in Vancouver, Washington. Tree branches on the road and the ground, and lots of people without power. Crazy night. Keena, and I'm going to get serious. I'm going to get serious because there's people that we love that live up in Washington, and I've reached out to them because they're not doing the what is it, Found Safe thing on Facebook from the floods.
Oh, Mark Safe.
Yeah. But there's a place like Birmingham, Billingham, whatever the ham is that in Washington they got overrun with flooding, and now we've got Vancouver, Washington. They got heavy winds and things like that. What is it? That tropical? No, the wind river.
Yeah.
Whatever the
Atmospheric
thing.
river.
Atmospheric river. Right. So that seems to be wreaking havoc all over the upper left-hand corner of the states. But thank you very much for posting. Love to hear from you. Gabe and Mrs., I need to hear from you. Speaking of Mrs., my first Mrs. Lives out there, and her family are marked safe from all of the deals. I checked on her the other day, and everything is going all right. Jerome, BBC has stage 5 Trump derangement syndrome. Trump is suing BBC for $5 million. I thought the number was 10 10. I thought he was going for 10. I mean, it was deliberate.
Can you say BBC on the radio?
Yeah, you can. Oh, wait. Big Bone? No. But anyway, it's 6:59 and change. I'm going to look that up. I've got people checking on that, whether I can actually say BBC on the radio. Listen, I got a breakaway. I got Fox News Live coming up. Man, that hour went by way too fast. Slow it down. We got another 3 hours ahead of us. It's like Trump saying, I got another 3 years. Right? I got all this extra time to be brilliant on the radio with your help. 888-825-5888-TALK, 797-TALK, 8255 if you want to send in some memes. Or I'm just be looking at the chat groups and see what's going on in your head. Got a breakaway now. Fox News Live with Donna is coming up. Donna D with a look at local news and more in the 7 o'clock hour. A couple of times with that. Plus, we might take a look at the market, and I'm sure I might find a bunch of other people associated with the government of Guam. They're likewise want to get their messages stuffed in the GPA bill. Stick around, Brown.
This is in the U.S. House. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. Several Republicans, one from New York, 3 from Pennsylvania, breaking with House leadership and joining a Democrat effort to force a vote on extending Obamacare subsidies.
People are worried about the midterms. The Republican brass blocked GOP moderates from their plans to renew Obamacare aid on an interim basis. So 4 moderates signed their names to a Democratic effort to go around the Speaker and re-up the aid for 3 years.
Fox, a Chad program on Capitol Hill, but the only bill on the floor today is a Republican alternative proposing reforms that would not extend the subsidies, which expire this month. Senators, though, find common ground on an annual military policy bill, the National Defense Authorization Act.
A bipartisan vote in the U.S. Senate.
The yeas are 77, the nays are 20. The motion to concur in the House amendment to S 1071 is agreed to.
Sending the 3,000-page, $900 billion defense package to the president in a compromise that raises troop pay, codifies many of President Trump's executive orders, including getting rid of DEI in the military, authorizing troops at the U.S.-Mexican border, as well as a Golden Dome missile defense shield. The bill also pushes back on recent moves by the Pentagon, demanding more information on ongoing bomb strikes of alleged drug boats in the Caribbean.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. President Trump, the war secretary, and other top officials attending a dignified transfer at Dover Air Force Base to honor 2 Iowa National Guard members and an Army interpreter as their bodies arrived back in the U.S. from Syria, where they were killed in an ISIS-related attack. Tonight, the president addresses the nation, 9 Eastern. You can hear live coverage at foxnewsradio.com. Stocks finished lower, the Dow dropping 228 points at the bell. America is listening to Fox News.
It's back. Celebrate 75 years of Payless Supermarkets with a $5 off fuel coupon to redeem at any 76 Circle K location when you shop and save at Payless Supermarkets. That's right, $5 off fuel with every $75 purchase at any Payless location. But hurry, this offer is only good from November 17th to December 31, 2025. So don't miss out. Stock up on groceries and hit the road with fuel savings from Payless Supermarkets and 76 Circle K. Minimum $30 fuel purchase required to redeem coupon. Some conditions apply.
Travel goals unlocked. Whether it's Korea in the summer or Japan in the fall, the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank can help you turn your urge to explore into your next boarding pass. Apply by October 31st, 2025, and if approved, earn 45,000 bonus miles when you spend $2,000 within the first 3 months after account opening. Unlock your next adventure with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit one of our branches or go to fhb.com/United.
Police in Rhode Island now looking for a second person after the mass shooting at Brown University.
Investigators with the Providence Police are asking for help from the public, saying they're trying to identify and question the person in newly released photos. They say this person was, quote, in proximity of the person of interest in the shooting that took the lives of 2 Brown University students on Saturday and injured 9 others. The search for the shooter is ongoing. Police are asking the public to review security or phone footage from the week before the attack to help investigators identify the suspect, believing the person may have cased the scene ahead of time.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers, there's a $50,000 reward in the case. The prosecution just resting its case at the trial of a Wisconsin judge accused of helping an immigrant evade ICE agents at her courthouse, where the Mexican national was facing battery charges. Judge Hannah Dugan pleading not guilty to felony and misdemeanor charges. The trial judge telling the jury they'll soon get the case and not to talk about it before dismissing them for the day. The Trump administration lays the groundwork for the president's new investment accounts for kids.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the accounts will be funded 4 ways.
Through an initial $1,000 seed from the government. Second, through the donations of parents, friends, and employers. Third, through the generous donations of wealthy Americans and philanthropic organizations. And fourth, through donations from state governments.
The accounts will launch on July 4th of next year. Children born this year are eligible for the $1,000. All children under the age of 18 are eligible to open an account. The government is releasing more details on TrumpAccounts.gov.
Fox's Jenny Cosola recapping Wall Street. The Dow down 228. The S&P also ending in the red. The NASDAQ losing bigger, down 418. Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Burger King's double cheeseburger line is here. The classic double, bacon double, and rodeo double. The classic features 2 flame-grilled beef topped with pickles, ketchup, mustard, and melty American cheese on a warm sesame seed bun. The bacon with pickles, ketchup, mustard, melty American cheese, and crispy savory bacon. And the rodeo filled with the melty American cheese, tangy barbecue sauce, and onion rings. Making a meal with cheesy tots and a refreshing Coca-Cola. BK's new double cheeseburgers. Available for a limited time only at BK. You rule.
Bundle smarter, work better. When you're running a business, every decision counts. Now's your chance to make one that gives you more. For a limited time, get hybrid fiber internet up to 1 gig for as low as $125 a month. Plus, get up to 6 months of free internet and free Samsung Galaxy earbuds when you bundle with Docomo Pacific. Ready to get started? Try our free bundles calculator by visiting info.docomopacific.com/radio25. While supplies last, some conditions apply.
Celebrate the season with Subway's limited time festive flavors collection. Sink your teeth into the meat-loaded Terhamkin, festive turkey, or festive chicken. Want to dial up your holiday flavors? Add cranberry sauce or stuffing to any sub for just $1 more. Happy feasting only at Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
In a world where the 2025 Nissan inventory must be moved, one team rises.
The clearance team.
The clearance team? What's that?
We're the Nissan Guam clearance team, slashing prices on all 2025 vehicles. We even have models starting as low as $150 per paycheck.
That's awesome. Let's do it.
You're gonna love yourself a Nissan.
Don't miss the model year-end clearance happening now at Nissan Guam. On approved credit, some conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
News this hour is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Half a day at 7:07. I'm Donna DeJesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. A 77-year-old man was sentenced to 5 years in federal prison Tuesday for his role in an illegal bingo and money laundering scheme. Jose Arthur Chan was convicted after millions of dollars were diverted from Hoffaday Bingo for personal use. Prosecutors argued Chan abused his role as Shriners president to help launder over $10 million. Chief Judge Francis Tydenko Gatewood considered Chan's age and health when giving the 60-month sentence, which was significantly lower than the 20 years requested by the government. Chan must also pay over $339,000 in restitution. His wife, Christine Chan, awaits her own sentencing. Meanwhile, DOC has spent only $300,000 of a $1 million fund set aside for urgent repairs over a year ago. During an oversight hearing yesterday, Vice Speaker Tony Atta questioned why $700,000 remains unused despite critical needs at the prison. DOC Director Fred Bordallo blamed procurement delays and ongoing discussions with other government agencies. Senators warned that the remaining money may no longer be available. This funding was originally intended to address overcrowding and infrastructure issues. DOC is now working with the administration to determine if the balance can still be used. More news after this.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued.
Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
The GVB board recently held a private session to discuss secret legal matters, sparking a debate over transparency. Director Joanne Brown recused herself from the 30-minute executive session last week. She argued that the public notice for anticipated litigation was too vague and left the community in the dark. GVB legal counsel Joe McDonald defended the move, stating the information is extremely confidential. Board chair George Chu noted that no official decisions are made during these closed meetings, but Brown maintains that the public should know what issues are being discussed when public resources are involved. And the Salvation Army reports that Guam currently lacks enough emergency beds to house the island's growing homeless population. Data shows there are only 104 emergency shelter beds available. As of January, the total number of beds across the all housing programs reached 853. But the latest count identified at least 861 people experiencing homelessness. Officials say many individuals remain hidden in jungles or under bridges to avoid public notice. He stressed that emergency shelters are only a short-term fix. The island needs more permanent, affordable housing to move people off the streets and into stable homes for the long term. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
Just got to figure out how to split up the crowd here of folks that don't care and are happy living out in the streets and going places where they know that they might be able to get a meal for the day and otherwise bum some cash at the intersections. That's the lifestyle that they want to lead. We've got to figure out how to get them out from under that. There's a number of people that find themselves in awful circumstances and are working to get out from under that. But that's tricky as well, because all of the mechanisms that could have been put in place by the Attorney General's office were dashed because of I don't know, this jealousy or just small-mindedness from the governor's office.
I'm not gonna lie, Ray, I envy them.
10 after 7 o'clock in the morning, every once in a while.
I just want to throw everything away, lay down and take a nap.
What do I got to do? You know, so all I got to do is walk up and down the median, salute at the end, and then turn around and do it again.
Yeah.
Perfect. You know, 20 years in school, right? Grade school and college, all of those years. That was wasted time. I could have been out having a good time and surfing. Just, hanging out, bumming enough money to get my smokes and a couple of cold beers or something like that. Anyway, so we'll get through the weather today. Mostly sunny skies and daytime highs of about 87 degrees. East winds 14 to 16 miles an hour, gusting as high as 21 miles an hour, 20 miles an hour tonight. Like I said, isolated showers and mostly sunny skies. Let me get that picture back up on the screen. This is from Alicia Duenas Anderson, First Beach down in Ipan, Telefofo. And I love your filter. Go over to Jeff and show him the phone and show him how you got your settings, because there's just something that he makes great pictures, but this is just kind of OMG. This is like, blow it up, put it in a hotel. Right? It's that nice. Mostly sunny in the forecast for tomorrow. Joe, what's tomorrow?
Tomorrow's Friday.
Christmas with highs. Sorry, I steal your joke because it was funny then too. Mostly sunny with highs near 87 degrees. East-northeast winds up to 16 miles an hour, gusting as high as 21. Nice. Going to blow those Christmas lights around. It's going to make it pretty. Mostly cloudy in the forecast for tomorrow night. Partly sunny on Saturday with highs near 87 degrees. With the heat index today, we'll feel like 92 degrees. 30% chance of rain and relatively cool, even though it's mostly sunny, which is why I turned the air conditioner off this morning, because I don't want my rates to go up because of ARPA and because of Doug Moylan. Anyway, sunset tonight should be about 5:58 or so. There it is, news and weather together on 93.3. This is The Point.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, and all of us at Security Title want to wish you a joyous holiday season. We are grateful for your continued trust and support, and we look forward to serving you in the new year. May your homes be filled with warmth, laughter, and love this Christmas. From our family to yours, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Security Title, celebrating over 25 years as your trusted partner in real estate.
Mosa's Joint is hosting a block party this Sunday to celebrate 10 years of Mosa's in Hagåtña. It's a full afternoon with proceeds benefiting Harvest House, a fun list of local vendors, a burger eating contest, open mic session, live music from DUB, and the best draft beers on special. Michelob Ultra, Mango Cart, Kona Big Wave, and Stella Artois. Or enjoy a cocktail made with Deep Eddy Lemon, Bacardi, Camacho Tequila, and Patron. Mosa's 10 years in Hagåtña block party starts at 2 p.m. this Sunday. Bud Light reminds you that responsibility matters.
7 days till Christmas. This Christmas countdown is brought to you by Carrier Guam. Daily savings on all our high wall units, both Carrier and Toshiba splits.
Nice. 713, 714. Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by APL American President Lines. A global presence with a local home, also being brought to you by folks over at Medical City in Ortigas. You can come, they're in the Philippines. Medical City, Philippines. How do you get there? I'd take PAL. That would be the way to do that. But it starts with you going to see your doctor and have a serious and mature and sober conversation about your current health condition. And there might be some things that they can do for you in the Philippines. Maybe here. This is what you do. This is what you do. You go to your doctor and say, "I'd like to start off 2026 with an executive checkup." Maybe you've never had one before, and you just like to kind of what is the process? And I'll tell you what, they do such a great job. So you get the referral from your doctor here, and then you call the referral office. They're at the Deuce at 645-5655, and then they will take care of everything. They'll call Goodwind, and then we'll get you the airplane ride on Philippine Airlines, and then somebody will pick you up at the airport. You give them the number, whatever. They will pick you up at the airport, and if they need to take you right away to Medical City, fine. If you got one of those overnight procedures, they can do that. They can hook it up for you. Maybe you got a B&B. Maybe you're going to be staying at the New World. Maybe you got a spot in Ayala. I don't know how you live, but they can take care of all of the rest of it. Once you get in there for the physical, it's a process, and the great thing is it is generally a no wait process. So as you go in, obviously the vitals, they're going to weigh you. They're going to put you on something like an e-volt machine and then do a body scan of you, height, weight, all of those kinds of things, blood pressure. And when you're done with that, they will take you to another place for another test. And then when that's done, they take you to another. And finally, especially if you had to fast the night before, which I often do, because I got to do not the resting heart rate, but the sugar, right? The sugar fasting, right? I got to do that. And then after that, there's breakfast. There's breakfast. They give you breakfast and all. So there's much more to it. I mean, transportation, all kinds of concierge services. 645-5655.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
I want to talk about it. I want to talk about it on the radio, but I shouldn't, because it might be HIPAA. I might be violating a HIPAA thing if I talk about the boil. What?
Oh man, no, it's a cyst.
Not on you.
Yeah, okay.
One of our fellow employees sent me a note that says can't come to work.
Oh yeah, it's okay, man. Pop it.
He's got it cyst. I mean a boil. What?
Dude, just put a hot press on it and pop it.
It's funny to me.
I had to move on.
It's funny to me.
It feels so good too.
This time last year, remember?
Yeah,
was it 2 years ago? Yeah. Oh my God, it was right. It was right in the crease, right where in the crease of my leg, and I could feel it every single time I sat down. I'd wake up every morning thinking, "Please God, make it go away. Please God, make it go away," and it never ever did. And everybody said, "Just pop it." I'm like, "No, stop talking to me like that." I don't want.
That's bad advice.
It's right,
but I give it.
But apparently, it's even the doctors were telling me you don't need to come in, you don't need to make an appointment. Just take a needle, hold it over a fire, and pop it. They said to pop it.
Yeah.
And so but this one here, this guy's got a boil where he sits.
Yeah.
So
I've been there.
I'm not going to pop it for him.
Yeah.
I mean, I know his wife. I'm sure she doesn't want to pop it for him.
I could do it.
Take all the time you need. It's 7:17 on the Ray Gibson Show. Hey, Medical City in Ortigas, maybe they've got a thing.
They'll pop it.
But you got to fly in the airplane, and those PAL seats are comfortable. But I don't know if you got a boil and you can't sit down in your office chair. I am messed up. So hey, always looking for people who want to work here. Can you imagine how much fun it is to work for me? Anyway, 7:18 in the morning. Who's on the phone?
He's the speaker.
Speaker of the 38th Guam Legislature.
him.
My very close, very dear personal
that
friend.
guy.
Running with Mary Okada, allegedly. I'm waiting for
Ray,
but
Ray, that's messed up. People are eating Teresa's puck-puck from breakfast this morning. Okay, and then you bring on that description. Okay, come on.
How about peck? Oh, near the peck. All right, let's we got to we got to this is going to be a serious conversation. So first of all, congratulations. The graffiti bill is now the graffiti law, adding more enforcement and more penalties for people that are caught disfacing, disfiguring, and otherwise uglying up the island. When do we start?
Well, that starts upon enactment. It's just a matter of today. If you go out and you decide you want to deface a piece of property and you get caught, you're looking at stiffer penalties, even up to prison time. And we take this seriously on the island. And many people have spent a lot of time and a lot of effort to be able to beautify the island, only to have it defaced within a matter of seconds, and that's not the beauty of Ireland, and that's not us as a people.
No, as an example, I think it was the Employees Association from Bank Pacific. They did some work up at Fort, not the fort, it's the lookout up at Nimitz. They also did. They painted the retaining wall on Marine Corps Drive, and it was tagged like that night. But they went out there and covered it up. They went out there and covered it up, and so it's there are people that want to see beautiful things. There are people that want to see, vistas, beautiful buildings and retaining walls that don't have graffiti all over them, and sides of buildings that don't have graffiti on them. And so yeah, let's do what we can to catch these guys. Now, you're a cop. You're a cop. Come on, Frank. Come on, let's me and you. Yeah. I've got a couple of containers of white primer paint. Let's go find something visible, Central Guam, paint it white, and then we'll just camp out and see who cannot resist. That
actually was an operation that occurred, back in my time when, nobody ever thought, nobody even knew we didn't even know how to spell graffiti back then. Okay, and but you're right. You got businesses and you got organizations, that take the time and the effort and want to help to beautify. Guam Telephone Authority, the murals, the beautiful murals that they're putting up on walls.
Love them.
That were once barren and bare. And I remember across the street from my office one day, I looked at the wall and I was like, okay, now who's got the time to be able to tag X's and O's, so high up, on a building, and it seemed to be getting worse. Then it started to take shape, and I'm looking at it like, wow, now it's a mural picture of a little girl holding a talaza, what do you call it? Throwing her nets. And it's a beautiful mural, and there are other beautiful murals in and around the Agana and further around the island. And we want to make sure that not just the tourists, but our own people can enjoy and love. And it's just that people take time, organizations such as Guam Telephone Authority and other organizations, to be able to put them up. And we've got to help to protect
the murals. Your former colleague and former Lieutenant Governor Ray Tenorio put up that beautiful mosaic on Marine Corps Drive. That's been tagged Absolutely. As well. And it wouldn't take much to go and clean the thing up. But I don't want to get into conversation about different Tenorios and their island beautification task force. But it seems to me that's a 5-minute job for somebody to go and take care of. I'd do it, but I'd also like to have a police vehicle that is blocking traffic so I could clean the thing up myself. I think there's a lot of people that want to volunteer to help clean things up. Is somebody asking online, how does that cover personal owned vehicles, houses, and businesses? And unfortunately, I don't know that there's much that can be done about that.
No, actually, any defacing of personal and public property. And that property can be vehicles are described as property. The walls, the retaining walls, and the walls around homes are described as property. The law applies there as well.
So if an individual catches another individual graffitiing the wall, the retaining wall of their house, they can press charges or call the police?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So,
absolutely.
Okay, so if the police don't do a sting operation for these graffiti thugs, I'm not going to call them artists because they're not. It's not art when you scribble your name or a gang tag or something like that on the side of a building. Definitely not art. So when we find these graffiti thugs, then call the police and they can take care of the rest of it. But otherwise, if you want to, then you can do a sting operation. Put a coat of white paint on something outside, maybe a couple of these Ring cameras. They're cheap right now over at Home Depot, and just train it on the thing and see if you can find these guys as they stroll around in the middle of the night.
Yeah, and turn the evidence, the video, over to the police departments. File a report, vandalism report. Turn it over to them. Let their investigators do the follow up on it, and hopefully there's enough there to be able to identify the individual. And the individual, when he goes to court and found guilty, he or she have got stiffer penalties.
Well, can that include? If we're talking about the destruction of personal property and personal vehicles, etc., businesses, can that also include some kind of recompense? Is it? If the victim was so we're victims of a crime here. This is a crime, and so we're victims. And if we catch the guy and if he's convicted, then there has to be some kind of reparation.
Absolutely, there's the ability for the judicial system to impose not just a criminal penalty or payment into a fund, but it could also require restitution towards the victim and to pay for the damages. Absolutely.
Well, Can we? Is there a posse? Is there a posse that we can join? Is there some kind of something that we can patrol citizens on patrol?
I'm amazed at how many village organizations and village groups have, and just how active their chat groups are. I'm involved in the chat group for Barragata. My wife's involved in the chat group for Agana Heights, and it's just the camaraderie and the help, the assistance that the neighbors provide. I remember that at one point in time, there was a suspicious person walking on the streets of Barragata. They literally tracked him on their phones to say, okay, now he's on this corner, now he's down this way. And they tracked him enough, everybody tracked him enough so that when the police were able to respond, they knew exactly where he was at because
be able to watch him from house to house. We've got surveillance. 725, a completely related subject here. To what degree is there a member of the police department in each official village chat? I mean, because I think there is an official village chat in every village. I know I've got one in mine. And there's a Crime Stopper chat on ours. Maybe we ought to formalize this one way or the other, police department and the mayors creating that official neighborhood watch chat group, and there is a police officer assigned to be a member of every single one of those chat groups. So when something does come up, it's more likely that there will be a faster, or at least it would be observed by somebody in the police department. So we might be able to catch the perp instead of just watching the feed on the WhatsApp.
There are sometimes when there's a desire to be able to create a law when a law is not really necessary.
It's not, but maybe a process, maybe a policy.
Well, I believe, and I believe that there are enough officers throughout the island that live that they too want to know what's going on in their neighborhoods, and so they're involved already in village chat.
No, I mean just village chat with one guy in every village chat. It's the same police officer maybe somebody lurking in dispatch over at the police department that's watching this kind of thing. I mean, most of the time it's going to be Biba Cumpleaños and who died, who's the matai, but every once in a while something's going to come up where your neighborhood chat is going to be able to drop a dime on somebody. 727, still not what I called for. What I called called for was there's apparently floating around in the billing of the Guam Power Authority a fake news commercial for Governor Lou Leon Guerrero threatening the legislature and certain members of the legislature. Your name's in here because you voted no, and because you voted no, now the utilities are going to have to go to the bond market and increase our power and water rates. There's no other disclaimer that this was inserted at the request of Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. It doesn't say anything about whether or not this is factual or if this is actually part of a plan.
Well, what she forgot to put in that letter was that where they want to put that infrastructure, to a couple things. First off, where she wants to put that infrastructure is on land that is in litigation, is on land that right now is in court because of the process and the money that was used to be able to obtain the land is in question. Okay, one of the things that I heard is that the utilities are not going to put infrastructure, not going to put what they want to put in as far as substations and pump stations onto private property. It has to be property that's owned by the government of Guam. Well, granted that they said, well, we bought the property. Well, but the property and the way you bought the property and what the property was for and the money that you use for the property is a question that's in litigation. Okay, and so even if you were to do this, it's still in litigation. The utilities are going to be hard pressed. Do we put it there or not? Because if the government loses this litigation, it is now then on private property. Then what? Then what? Secondly, please don't use the people of the community to be able to start to continue to move on your effort to be able to build tell them the truth. This is so that you can build a complex.
Mm-hmm.
And in that, there's a whole other discussion as to whether or not that complex should be built there or not, and how we're going to pay for the rest of it. How are we going to pay for the rest of it?
Which we haven't gotten to yet.
We haven't gotten to it, and they're scared to be able to talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about the $2.8 billion that is going to be necessary to be able to put the facility that you want to put there. Let's talk about how the properties you're going to probably need to condemn, or you're going to have to condemn because you need to widen the roads. And how are you going to pay for that? And have you informed the community about that? Let's talk about that. So when you're going to give them half, you're going to give them a half-boiled egg when they truly wanted a hard-boiled egg. Okay, it's one thing. The difference between a half-boiled and a hard-boiled egg, when you finally get it, it looks like an egg. You can't tell what's in the inside until you crack it. Then when you crack it and it gets all over you, it's too late.
Well, I was delighted to read, and I'd seen this first on social media, but I was delighted to read the comments from even Facebook where people were going, "Oh my God, you got to be kidding! This is so desperate," and it's just kind of ridiculous. $104 million that we have to spend on infrastructure for a complex up in Manila when we already have property that the government of Guam owns free and clear in Tumuning that has all of the necessary infrastructure there in place already. Why then do we need to do this? Now, I know that the CCU, I know that the utilities are always going to be looking out for some more money, and if there's an opportunity for them to get $104 million for infrastructure improvements anywhere without any burden on them or the ratepayers, then great, that's a wonderful idea, but I don't know that it is a foregone conclusion that they would need to go to the bond market to borrow. I know that they've got some things, consent decrees, et cetera, they've got to deal with. They've got some other infrastructure projects that they're working on. They are going to cost a lot of money that are unrelated to this buildup that the governor is talking about. I just think it's a desperate scare tactic, and I am upset that somebody at the Guam Power Authority, and I don't know if this is going to be in the water bills either. I'm just sad that they've decided to include it. Without any, there's no disclaimer. There's nothing in there other than it was inserted at the request of Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. There needs to be something in there in terms of, is this factual? Is this actual? Is it guaranteed that there's going to be a rate increase in water and power?
Absolutely, and furthermore, Ray, with regard to this whole discussion and whatnot. Okay, so GPA and GWA, what's your take on this? And really, if you look at the bill, you're telling me that the bill which you wanted, what the bill called for, was so that you can remove the Attorney General from the procurement process necessary to move forward, on these projects. Is it really about the water and the power for the people, or is it more for you need this infrastructure so you can continue to move on a facility that you want to be able to build on there on land that's still being litigated?
Correct.
Okay, and then to further discussion on the money that's necessary to be able to build this. What next?
Yeah, keep that with us. Careful, because she's going to color you with the same brush that she colors Attorney General Doug Moylan. And this she already has. Well, this is the crazy part here, and it's clearly a political message, because when she talks at that towards the end of it, she talks about the legislator voting down a bill that would have moved the procurement in the conversation to break the deadlock by moving it to the General Services Agency, quote, an independent qualified authority within DOA. Well, DOA works for the governor's office, so I don't know how we can refer to this as independent here, and then goes on to thank Will Parkinson and Tina Munya Barnes for voting in support, and then identify the people that voted no, including you.
Yeah, and other colleagues, both. And then
Sabina's in there, Therese Terlai is in there, Chris Barnett's in there. So clearly, this is not something that had a lack of bipartisan support. And noted that my next caller, Tello Taitagui, was excused and absent at that time. 7:34 in the morning. I got to run into some headlines, and like I said, Tello's coming up next on the phone list, and I want to talk to her about the AI gizmo, the AI guardrails, and that policy that they put together here for a little bit, and then we'll obviously talk about this some more, Frank. But so can you confirm it's you and Mary Okada done?
Well, I tell you what, your conversation with Tello is going to be exciting. That's an exciting industry that's coming up, technology, and I'm just glad we have the task force to be able to look into it.
What does Mary Okada have to say?
Have a great day, Ray.
I love you, buddy. I'll see you soon. I'm going to kiss the Tilly. Merry Christmas. 7:35 on the radio. It's hard because we're boys together, At any rate, Donna D with news and headlines. Tello coming right your way. Real quick, what's going on, Donna? What are the big stories brought to you by Burger King and Holiday Realty? I'll do the full ads later. What's going on?
The Supreme Court has set January 28 for oral arguments in the GMH subpoena case. The hospital is trying to block an investigation by the Attorney General into facility safety and supplies. GMH claims the AG is overstepping his power to pursue civil goals. Prosecutors argue that no government agency is immune from a valid grand jury subpoena. Meanwhile, Governor Lulian Guerrero says Guam risks losing $104 million in ARP funds for Manila utility upgrades. Speaker Frank Blas Jr. responded this morning that the governor is pushing Manila infrastructure specifically to support a medical complex. He added the land purchase is under litigation, utilities can't build on private property, and the remaining $2.8 billion for the hospital and road projects is still unresolved. And McDonald's of Guam presented a $5,000 donation to the Guam Homeless Coalition this week. The funds will help the coalition provide meals, job training, and housing assistance. Governor Lulian Guerrero praised the donation, noting that the group is currently facing federal budget cuts. The money goes directly to helping families transition into permanent homes. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
Okay, got you. 7:36 in the morning. Jason, Military Auto Source says, put the hospital on the ballot. Let the people of Guam decide where the hospital should go. The same guys that voted in this administration? I don't know. Maybe we ought to leave this to the democratic process. How we do things here. There are people that are elected to be the representatives of the people of Guam. It wasn't just Lou and Josh. It was also 15 members of the legislature that were elected to represent us in all of our thoughts and prayers and hopes. And it seems to me that there's a significant number of them over at the legislature that decided not to. We'll go back on that in a couple of seconds. 7:36 in the morning. Tello Taitagui Bunus and Holiday. Nice to see you the other night.
Good to see you, Ray. Merry Christmas, everybody, and Joe.
Bro,
it's been a while, Joe.
You know what we got to do, because we were both over at Moses hanging out, and Tello was looking over something that I was eating, and she said, I think I'm going to get that too. It was the fried mahi taco, right?
Oh, yes. I was with June.
Yeah, that's right.
By Chargalo, so she had that. I had actually the the mahi with the avocado poke, which is super good. Anybody goes over to Mosa's, that avocado poke is my favorite. I eat it every time I go there.
You know, it's their anniversary this weekend. It's a rare Sunday Mosa's.
Wow. Okay.
It's yeah. So Mo, Sarah, if you're listening, make sure Tello knows. There needs to be a resolution. Legislative resolution.
Yeah, I tell you.
There needs
hey,
to.
Ray, by the way, I've been meaning to ask you, what is your favorite Christmas song? What is your go-to when it's Christmas to make you feel like you're in the spirit and it just gives you warm and fuzzy all inside feelings? You know, what song is that?
Anything on the Louise and Friends Christmas record.
Louise and French Christmas?
Louise Munya, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, a song.
What's the one? What's his name? Eddie Boy sang it. Eddie Boy's on the song. And he talks about Santa Dodo.
Santa Dodo. No, I don't remember
That's
that one.
fun. No, it's one of my favorite. The entire album when they did that Christmas album, that one is all really, really good. So last night I gave you my heart. The very next day you gave it away. Christmas it's not a happy Christmas song, but it sounds like Christmas. And I was listening to that as I was leaving to run with friends last night, and you know all of the Brenda Lees and things like that, rocking around the clock, either by her or Hall & Oates. I mean, there's so many songs, and we're old enough. I mean, even the Have a Holly Jolly Christmas, they're all there. It's hard to pick out a favorite, and that's why this Christmas Day we are going to once again be airing 14 hours of the Mannheim Steamroller Christmas Special, as has been airing on Guam for about the last 20 years. They update it every year, so they got the guy from Mannheim Steamroller, and he's the host of the show, and it's a long thing. So wherever you go, you get in the car, you'll have Christmas music. You're sitting around Christmas morning, you'll have Christmas music and Christmas stories and things like that. So you can expect to hear that starting early on Christmas morning here on The Point.
Yep, right on. Okay, I'm looking forward to it.
So, AI, and this was an interesting part of the conversation that we were having the other night. Your measure has been signed into law that is going to create a policy group, and in 2 years, they're going to have a policy that will direct the government of Guam and the private sector's use of AI. And it's kind of difficult for me to perceive that because just in the last 2 years, you think about it, 2 years ago, nobody was talking about AI, ChatGPT, Gemini, Grok, none of that stuff. What are people going to be talking about in another 2 years after this group is put together and in place? How much is AI going to be changing, and how do we respond to those changes? What do you think?
Wow, it's changing every day if you think about it. Well, this task force first, in a nutshell, is just to lay out the framework for AI and its ability to regulate, put bills in place to regulate it, or to look at other innovative ways that we can incorporate AI without any kind of real hard repercussions, because AI can bring some hardships and actually do some damage. So this task force is to get together to look at even legislation that comes out from senators, to review it and see if this would really work. I mean, senators are not real, I'm not going to say that I'm a real tech-savvy kind of person. I understand the importance of AI, and I understand what damages it can cause. But we're going to put a bunch of people on this task force to sit down and discuss how we're going to move forward on AI in Guam and, use it to our best advantage. So that's pretty much what this task force will do. And it's not just the people sitting on it. As the chairman, it's the oversight chair on technology who will be the chairman of this task force, which means it's a legislative, pretty much it's from the legislature. Usually you have those who are sitting as the chairman be somebody from GITA or somebody from the hospital, but actually it will be the legislature that will sit as the chairman to oversee it. I know that even judiciary is really excited about this, Ray. We got a call yesterday. They heard the bill was signed. They're standing by, waiting to see, waiting for the letter because they already have somebody they want to appoint to sit on this AI. Judiciary has made great strides to using AI technology. So, of course, they want to be on board. And, the elephant in the room, the big elephant in the room about the executive order, that was signed into law, and whether it's actually can be enforceable, especially on the territories. by President Trump on, hindering any kind of movement toward policies, and then jeopardizing federal funding if we should go down that road. So we have the Office of the Attorney General who will be on this task force to look into that area to make sure that, we don't jeopardize any federal funding, but at the same time, we need to take care of us. I mean, Guam needs to take care of us because there's no one else that's going to be more of a, the guardrails and the guard dog on our island but us. So, federal government tends to go for federal government, and we definitely have to listen to that.
What I would like to see, and this is just me as a consumer of technology with AI. I get the scares of potential deep fakes that we made that may be generated as a result of somebody with bad intentions using the tools of AI. And the tools of AI are getting really, really good. I worry about AI companions, especially for children and young people whose brains aren't developed yet and may be getting suicidal thoughts or other crazy notions that are being backed up by their AI companions that don't know any better. They're just trying to make their human happy. False information, whether it's intentional or unintentional. What do they call it? There's a word for it, and I'll get to it in a second. And then bias. There clearly some of these AI engines are biased in favor of flaming liberals, and some are they're biased in favor of flaming conservatives. So those are the kinds of things I want to see us working on. But there's other tools, there's other AI tools and technology that we are able to use here at the radio station that we're going to continue to try to figure out how to exploit. I guess what I'm trying to say here is hallucinations. That's what it is. AI hallucinations. And that's why sometimes you get bad information coming off of your requests and your prompts. But what I want to avoid here is the conversation about nukes that they had over at the legislature, where there is at least a couple of members, a couple of your colleagues that want to kill it in the womb before we even have a conversation about how it might be of benefit to us in the future. So I just want to avoid that. So do you have any guardrails in the policy in your head to do exactly that? Make sure that we can neutralize the bad influences and save the good prompts?
Well, actually, some people don't realize that there is legislation out there right now, and even in some states that have introduced legislation that is already working for them. But there is one on the federal side. It's called Take It Down Act. And this is a federal law, U.S. law, and it's aimed at dealing at non-consensual, intimidating imagery or deepfake posts online sites and social media applications. Typically, it's made by assistance to artificial intelligence. And this bill was actually introduced by Senator Ted Cruz, one of my favorite guys, but in June of 2024, and it passed the House in 2025 and signed into law by Donald Trump. So, there are certain areas, even in an executive order, he brings up the fact about, having child protections, that he's not going to, hinder any kind of legislation that would, have child safety protections, AI compute infrastructure, state government procurement and use of AI, areas that's going to definitely assist. But people don't realize about that Take It Down Act that's currently in law on the federal side. So, yeah, absolutely. This is one of the first things we're going to tackle. We've got actually two bills that have been introduced by the legislature, 171 and 209, that talks about AI. So this is a great forum to put this together and look at it and make sure that, this is not going to, hurt us in any way financially, as the federal is concerned. And then at the same time, we're still trying to see how this executive order affects Guam so that we don't lose any federal funding.
Could we look at jobs? I mean, I would like for AI.
Workforce development.
Well, I would hope that AI doesn't destabilize the working market around here. I think there's much has been said about people who would be losing their jobs, careers that would be obsolete as a result of the skills that AI could bring to them. On the other hand, that might be a good thing in the government of Guam, as an example, where there's numerous things, policies, and procedures that take place in the government of Guam that can be streamlined by using artificial intelligence and 2026 technology.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think human resources is one of those areas that I don't think we're even close to what AI can generate to assist the government of Guam on human resources side. You know, that one sitting in front of an individual and being able to, take a good judgment of this kind of person as an employee, or even when they're going through situation, adverse actions coming up, AI can't do it. One of the greatest things that, actually, some of the laws that were put into place is something that has to do with using algorithms that is discriminatory. This is very interesting stuff. Certain companies using those kind of technology that would actually eliminate.
Only hire white people. Only our white women that are attractive.
Or if they're Catholic or Protestant or Jewish.
Nobody over the age of 30.
Created algorithms in that, so there's a huge part of that. And I believe it's a Colorado law. Colorado and California have implemented quite a bit of legislation. And one of them is that kind of technology where the algorithms is discriminatory when looking at anything that's coming into their business. So, people still have that ability to sue based on that.
One last thing is, and Bernie Sanders is worried about this, is what the impact is going to be on the environment, because there's going to be a significant demand for electricity to drive all of the different AI chips, et cetera, et cetera. Senator Tello Taitigui on the line here this morning. I appreciate your time. Are you working on anything today, or are you going to be, just kind of cruising until 2026? First of the year.
Oh, no, it's been nonstop. I just introduced legislation yesterday to help the Cancer Trust Fund, finding out that the funding that we appropriate every year doesn't get to them in time. In fact, one year it didn't get to them until the end of the fiscal year. And there's a lot of people waiting for funding to help them go through something so traumatizing as cancer. I've always had that on the back of my hand. Then I have the working on the COLA task force bill that I introduced, to get that up and running. To look at ensuring that the real true cost of living is adjusted to those COLA payments that are giving out to our retirees. And please, if you could push that, we need a lot of people to come and testify in January to come out and support that bill that gets it started and up and running. And then, of course, I've got the cannabis roundtable coming up in January, as well as, of course, getting this, now that the bill signed for the task force, for the AI, appointing everybody on this board, getting that happen. And by the way, it's not just putting a task force together that's needed, it's the funding. And we were able to work with Gita to find at least $25,000 to help for the administrative costs for this task force. So it's not just, putting out a bill.
We'll get envelopes and letterhead.
Yeah, we got funding.
All right.
We got funding to support this, and we'll continue to have that. Oh my gosh, there's at least 4 other things.
Don't have time. Don't have time. I'm going to get. I'm looking to get Senator Jesse Lujan's on. It's my morning for senators here this morning because there's a lot to talk about.
By the way, and also by the way, the minimum wage. I'm going to have the public hearing for that in January.
Minimum wage. Keep it. No, we don't need one. We don't need an increase. Most people are already making. If anybody is trying to get a job in 2026, you already are making top of the line, top of the scale money here because there's too many other people that are lazy asses and won't go to work. 750.
It's in my committee, so I'm forced to.
You got to look at it. I know.
I have to. I didn't introduce the bill. It was introduced by another senator. So as a committee chair, I have to hear it. And give everybody the opportunity. Okay.
All right. Talk to you later, Tello. You have a fantastic one. Tell Junie I said hello. See you at the place maybe Sunday, 7:51 and change. I got Senator Jesse Anderson Lujan. We'd normally be taking breaks and doing commercials, but I got another 2 hours to get that done. It's time to get back to the grumbly subject of the day, and that is the fact that by the request of Governor Lulian Guerrero, fake news commercial and political notice has gone out in the form of a letter talking about threatening the ratepayers of Guam with increases in water and power rates if we don't extricate Doug Moreland from the conversation about procurement and a hospital out in the middle of nowhere. And the committee chairman of virtually all of that is Senator Jesse Anderson Lujan. Buenas noches, Senator. How you doing?
Hey, buenas, Ray. Merry Christmas to you, Real Joe and Donna D. Sounds more like a Christmas wish list, I guess, for the governor, right?
Right? I want to get rid of. Here's the only people I like: Will Parkinson and Tina Munya Barnes. This everybody else turned their back on the people of Guam, and now have made it so that the utilities have no choice but to go to the bond market and get very expensive rates and super high interest, all of that on infrastructure that we need to put in just one place. If that's even the case.
I guess that she was riding to Santa and then it got rerouted. So, yeah, but anyway, Ray, from the legislature was excluded, and of course, federal funds oversight from the very beginning, right? So since the start of that, the governor consistently refused to involve the legislature. She took the legislature to court, and of course, the court decided she has final authority over the ARPA funds, right? And of course, currently, the legal quarrels, last-minute requests. Of course, today the governor is in court again disputing the attorney general about what she can and cannot do. And now, in the 11th hour, she's turning the legislature and asking us to change procurement law for her, given that we're dealing with what's being called the biggest corruption scandal in the island's history. There's no way we're going to be removing legal review from procurement contracts. The legislative role versus judiciary and utility politics, right? The governor now wants us to step into litigation, which isn't our role. Our republic wasn't formed to have just one branch of government. We had three branches of government with the checks and balances, all equal branches of government, and our job is to appropriate funds, and we're not going to sidestep the judiciary. We hope that the courts will resolve this, and of course, with the recent inclusion of this, her letter to Santa, basically. Again, what this does, Ray, is this compromises the independence of the CCU.
Compromises the independence and the autonomous nature of the Power Authority.
Of the Power Authority as well. And, and in my conversation as well with a couple of members of the CCU and GPA, we're trying to get to the bottom of who authorized this inclusion in the mailer, because I got it. I got it actually a few days ago as well, and our office has been fielding calls regarding as such. So we're trying to get to the bottom of how this was included. And yes, we're having oversights as we have. I have been doing with my agency oversights as well. So GPA is of course included, and now this is going to be a question that we're going to try to get to the bottom of regarding this, where we have a continuous thing, of course, with GWA regarding the water situation. So the power company and CCU will be coming in as well as again as scheduled.
This is a question that's going to come up. In my mind, it's not so much a question of whether it was legal or illegal as much as is it right or not right. And in my mind, it's not right. There needs to be, in the very least, a disclaimer if you found you had to put it in that says that the opinions exercised in this document don't necessarily reflect the opinions, strategy, tactics, and plans of the Guam Power Authority or the Guam Waterworks Authority or the CCU or the Public Utilities Commission.
Of course, and of course, and as the vote had occurred, there were still a lot of questions, of course, when the bill came to the floor and it was debated on the floor, and that's why you had again unanimously where the bill was rejected because there were still unanswered questions. And again, she's wanting us to skirt the process right now, and we're not going to do that.
Specifically to eliminate. Yeah, specific.
Sure,
it's not spelled out in any of the legislation that has gone down there. They hide it in. We'd like to notwithstanding blah 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 blah. We want to work around this part of the Guam Code Annotated and this part of the Guam Code Annotated. And you got to go and look at the Guam Code Annotated and see what it is specifically all about. And specifically, it would remove the Office of the Attorney General from any oversight or approval that is required by those pieces of statute. It would take him out of the loop. And it seems to me that's kind of the whole point of having an Attorney General is in the very least to approve these things as to form and then be able to pass that along and say, okay, yeah, this is all legal, this is good. And unfortunately, in this case, Doug cannot say this is legal, it's good in any of the procurement that he's been looking at. And unfortunately, that's holding her back from her big dream of a hospital complex.
Sure, and of course, he called us into session almost immediately after the ruling from the courts came down, and that of court case. But we still have remaining court cases that need to be resolved and adjudicated. But again, she's asking us to circumvent that and to use our authority and circumvent the judiciary. And again,
well, there's just too much questionable stuff. Jeff, you know, there's so much questionable. It's just the condemnation of that land, and they took it to the judge, and the judge issued the declaratory judgment that basically said, no, you can't do that.
Sure, and I think she knows already in the first court decision that came down that probably other decisions regarding land up there and what's her intentions out there. She probably has the feeling that the courts are not going to rule in her favor. So she's wanting us to intervene, and that's not our job. And now she's coming to us in the 11th hour to try to rescue her in that situation. And that's not our job.
The role of the legislature.
It's not the role of the legislature.
7:57. Just a couple of minutes left in the top of the hour. Is looking over the comments and questions on the YouTube side. Catherine wants me to ask you about Dieldrin veggies. She said something about having a cucumber in the refrigerator, doesn't want to eat it because she's afraid that there might be some dieldrins in it. Maybe it was grown here on Guam. Is that a familiar concept to you? Did something came up in the...
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. As a matter of fact, I did ask that question to the captain, the one at EPA. That particular question in regards to the fruits, because fruits and vegetables that are grown. And that was the first thing in the very first town hall meeting. They were concerned about that. But I did ask her. They don't have enough information to say that it's going to affect the health of folks. But I did ask her. I said, would you, if you know these fruits and vegetables were growing up in these areas, would you say it's safe to eat? And she came out and she said, yes, I would eat it. At this point, I have nothing to say that it's not safe. So that's all I can go on. And that's why we're having these continuous hearings on a monthly basis to get the updated information regarding that, because that can change. From the very, very first town hall meeting we had in Jigo, there was concern about that. Even there was a horse ranch over there.
Does it biotransfer?
Well, one of the horses had died of cancer, I think, a few months before that, and whether that was related to the water that the horse was drinking.
Gotcha.
And so at the time, they couldn't answer it. At this point, they're having a little more information now. So that's why we're having a continuous oversight hearings to get the latest information.
Is it in the food? Is it? Yeah. Are animals eating it? Are people eating?
The last. Yes, the last, that was...
So far, they have not gotten the answer to that. Okay, Senator, I got to break away. I got news coming up in seconds. You have a fantastic day. I do appreciate your time. And Merry Christmas to you. All right, if we had more time, I'd ask him about the Cebu trip, because that was kind of a big deal that took place, and he was a part of that, obviously, as being on that committee. It's 8 o'clock and time for Fox News.
What the president will tell the nation tonight. On Lisa Brady, Fox News. He offered this preview a short time ago.
Well, I think the message this evening is we inherited a mess, and we've done a great job, and we continue to. And our country is going to be stronger than ever before.
President Trump taking a few questions at Dover Air Force Base after attending a dignified transfer to honor 3 Americans killed in Syria, 2 Iowa National Guard members and an Army interpreter, also meeting with their families. The president's address is scheduled for 9 Eastern tonight. You can hear live coverage at foxnewsradio.com. The search for 2 people continues after the deadly mass shooting at Brown University in Rhode Island. Police asking the public to help find a second person who at some point was near the person of interest they were already looking for.
Now Brown University facing criticism for what appears to be several security lapses. The building where the shooting took place was only partially covered by surveillance cameras, and the doors were unlocked. Brown's president, though, pushing back, saying only the shooter is to blame.
Fox's CB Cotton in Providence, where police are also urging people not to circulate any AI-generated images, calling them not verified or credible. The L.A. County Medical Examiner just confirming the death of actor and director Rob Reiner as a homicide, listing the cause as multiple sharp force injuries. Prosecutors say Reiner and his wife were killed by one of their sons, Nick Reiner, who made a brief first court appearance today wearing a suicide prevention vest. Defense attorney Alan Jackson telling reporters,
"We ask that during this process, you allow the system to move forward in the way that it was designed to move forward, not with a rush to judgment, not with jumping to conclusions, but with restraint and with dignity."
During today's hearing, Reiner's arraignment was moved to January 7th. America is listening to Fox News.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, and all of us at Security Title want to wish you a joyous holiday season. We are grateful for your continued trust and support, and we look forward to serving you in the new year. May your homes be filled with warmth, laughter, and love this Christmas. From our family to yours, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Security Title, celebrating over 25 years as your trusted partner in real estate.
They sold out due to popular demand, and now the Wendy's chicken tenders are back. We're talking that crispy, seasoned breading on the outside, that juicy, all-white meat chicken on the inside. The premium tenders you couldn't stop craving are officially back in action. And you know you've got to dunk them. Try the new signature and scorching hot dip cups. Now nearly double the size for maximum dunkability. The tenders you missed are back to crunch harder, dip bigger, and make your day way happier. Catch them while you can. Gotta be Wendy's.
Multiple charges filed against the surviving suspect in Sunday's deadly mass shooting targeting Jews in Australia.
Naveed Akram, 24 years old. He's facing 59 charges, including multiple murder charges as well as terrorism. We expect to see him in court on Monday, perhaps remotely, because he's just woken up from a coma.
Fox's Steve Harrigan near Bondi Beach in Sydney, the first of 15 funerals held today. The prosecution rests in Wisconsin, where a judge is on trial, accused of helping a suspect evade immigration agents.
Federal prosecutors rest their case in Milwaukee after 3 days of presenting evidence and testimony from FBI and ICE agents, and a court reporter who told jurors Wednesday that Milwaukee County Judge Hannah Dugan discussed with her directing an attorney and her client, a Mexican national in court on battery charges, out a private courtroom exit in April, away from ICE agents there to arrest and deport him, also telling jurors that she'd never heard Dugan direct an attorney to do that. A federal grand jury later indicted Dugan for obstructing federal immigration laws, for which she's pled not guilty.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. The defense plans to call 4 witnesses tomorrow. The jury could have the case by Friday. After more than 70 years on television, the Academy Awards are moving to streaming, and YouTube will be the new home for the Oscars beginning in 2029.
The Academy of Motion Pictures Arts and Sciences announcing the move away from ABC, adding that the network will continue to broadcast the annual awards ceremony through 2028. That year will mark the 100th Oscars. But starting in 2029, YouTube will retain global rights to streaming the Oscars through 2033. YouTube will effectively be the home to all things Oscars, including red carpet coverage, the Governor's Awards, and the Oscar nominations announcement.
Fox's Monica DeLuca. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Craving delicious dishes with local flavors? Look no further than Mezcla Bistro. From our juicy burgers to flavorful seafood and local fusion, every dish is made with love and the freshest ingredients. Join us for an unforgettable lunch, dinner, or decadent Sunday brunch. Visit us online at mezclaguam.com or call 671-479-2652 or 671-489-2653 to make a reservation. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
Coming January 24th to the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse. The Cover Girl, live on Guam. Angel, the original cover girl, and her iconic voice, singing all their hits like Because of You, Promise Me, Inside Out, and Show Me. Joining them on stage, the queen of dance, EDM, and freestyle, Shannon. Also, 90s freestyle diva singing all her hits, Jocelyn Enriquez.
The radio plays our favorite song, and it's what keeps me holding on. Baby, do you miss me?
Brought to you by Choice Broadcasting, Trivision Media, and Cherry Media. This is a Jams Media show you don't want to miss. Tickets and info at GuamTime.net.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
When it comes to carpets or tile, you want more than just clean. You want deep clean. That's what Black Widow Cleaning delivers. Owned and operated by lifelong local Clayton Duval, Black Widow specializes in carpet extraction and tile and grout steam cleaning, using professional, state-of-the-art equipment to remove dirt, stains, and buildup that ordinary cleaning just can't touch. From small homes to large businesses, every job reflects the expertise, dedication, and quality only a certified firm can deliver. Black Widow Cleaning, where Guam homes and businesses get the deep clean they deserve. Visit blackwidowcleaning.com for a free quote today.
News this hour is brought to you by Family Finance.
Today it's 8:07. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. A former UOG employee has been found guilty of stealing nearly $6,000 in public funds. Florentia Sikabert was a cashier for the driver's ed department when an audit discovered the missing money. A jury found her guilty of theft and official misconduct on Tuesday. Investigators say she used the money over several months for personal expenses like car payments, groceries, and dining out. She now faces up to 11 years in prison and $10,000 in fines. The AG's office plans to ask for the maximum sentence to hold public servants accountable. Meanwhile, Governor Lulian Guerrero and Speaker Frank Blas Jr. are clashing over $104 million in federal utility funds. In a letter sent to ratepayers, the governor warned that stalled infrastructure in Manila could lead to higher power and water rates. Speaker Frank Blas Jr. responded this morning, claiming the governor is only pushing these upgrades to support her proposed $2.8 billion medical complex. He argued the land is still in litigation and utilities cannot be built on private property. Blas accused the governor of hiding the true costs, including the need to condemn land to widen roads for the hospital project. More news after this.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dedito 633-4473. Family Finance.
The decommissioned LBJ Elementary Campus in Tamuning may soon be a Chamorro immersion school. During a Tuesday meeting, the Guam Education Board expressed strong support for converting the 51-year-old site into the Chamorro Medium Immersion School. Board Chair Angel Sablon committed to the project, noting that Public Law 33-66 provides the legal pathway to lease the property. Board members Dr. Judy Guthertz, Maria Gutierrez, and Peter Alexis Ada all volunteered to serve on the required committee to manage the transfer. Supporters believe the school is a critical step in restoring the Chamorro language for future generations. And Philippine Airlines made history with the first ever direct flight from Cebu to a U.S. destination, landing at the Guam International Airport at 3 o'clock yesterday morning. Governor Lulian Guerrero led the delegation, stating the route marks a new era of easier travel and deeper cultural ties. The service will run 3 times a week, providing a direct link to the Visayas and Mindanao regions. GVB President Regine Bisco Lee calls the route a definite win for tourism. Officials say the nonstop connection will significantly reduce travel time by bypassing the traditional stopover in Manila. And those are your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
I'm gonna find it here. I did this search once upon a time before, and by way of encouraging myself to go and try to enjoy Cebu as well, I did a search for Cebu nightlife, and it is possible that some of the places that I was looking at are still open. I mean, on like right now, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, just after 6 o'clock in the morning in Philippines. Looks like many of the ones that I'd looked at before are closed right now. The Barrio Bar and Lounge may still be open right now because it doesn't say closed like the Cebu icon or the G-Spot Bar. Interesting.
Oh,
name.
there you go, Bernie's Bar.
You're looking at it too?
I'm kidding.
You're looking at the thing? Okay, there's the Cebu Bar Lounge X, Central Bar Lounge, and it doesn't, Central Bar Lounge, it doesn't say it's closed. The Bamboozers Bar is closed, so we're going to have to get in there a little bit earlier, I suppose. The Barcode Resto Bar, European Fusion Distillery Cebu, Club Havana. They've got a Club Havana there? Oh, old times. Old times. Well, I'm thinking of Cafe Havana, so maybe this is a cheap ripoff. But we should go investigate, Joe. Just
Absolutely.
saying. Hey, what's the weather like in Cebu? Can I wait? Hold on a second. Let me see what we got here, because it, like I said, should be just about sunrise there. Wait, Cebu spot weather, WEATHER. Good. It auto filled. Cebu City, Philippines, and the weather. Is that wet? Just say it. Where's the news? Cebu weather. Wet Christmas. LPA may enter par on Friday, says Pagasa. I can't make heads or tails of this. I'll do this offline. This is what I'll do. Weather for Guam, which was what we're all interested in. Mostly sunny skies today. Daytime high should be about 87 degrees today with winds out of the east, gusting as high as 21 miles an hour. I think I got a sunrise picture from Pirates Cove. Let me see if I can get that up on the screen so that you can see another view of what things look like on the eastern side of the island. Ba-bam! There it is, the sunrise. Not a whole lot of clouds out there, and that's why today it's mostly sunny skies. Mostly sunny in the forecast for tomorrow, which is Friday. Daytime highs 87 degrees. East-northeast winds up to about 16 miles an hour. Seeing gusts tomorrow up to about 21 miles an hour. Partly sunny on Saturday with some isolated showers in the forecast. You might need to get everything that you need off the satellite imagery. The radar is down right now. We'll see what we can find out tomorrow about getting all of that put together. 8:12 in the morning. There it is. News and weather together on 93.3. This is The Point.
Big news! At GTA, everyone gets the best deal. Right now, score $300 off when you grab any flagship smartphone on HBO 30 with our Live Unlimited plan. That's right, no gimmicks, no hidden hoops, just the latest smartphones, the plan you love, and a deal that works for everyone. Don't wait, upgrade today and put that $300 back in your pocket. GTA, we start with you. Terms and conditions apply.
Seven days till Christmas. This Christmas countdown is brought to you by Carrier Guam. Daily savings on all our high wall units, both Carrier and Toshiba splits.
Gotcha. 8:14, Ray Gibson Show. If you're thinking about where you're going to be having lunch today, may I suggest Marina Grill? And you're going to go, but that's an agate. So it's good. It's worth the drive. It doesn't. Look, it's not going to take you all that long because traffic is generally moving in the other direction around lunchtime. So you get down. All the other places that you're thinking about, they're going to be crowded anyway. So I need you to get down to Agate and check out all the stuff that they've got at Marina Grill. Don't forget they got breakfast on the weekends, and it's a really, really awesome set of breakfast items that you can get there. Those of you that remember the old days, I mean, Jan Z's was always a great breakfast location. Likewise, so is Marina Grill. But lunchtime today, I'd just go down there for the appetizers: tuna poke, ceviche, clam chowder, a Caesar salad, classic style, and the mayor's favorite, fried gizzards. It's true, and it's waiting for you at Marina Grill.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
8:15, Ray Gibson Show. Lots of callers on the line right now, including Big Barry Mead from the village of Florida. Buenos Aires. Barry, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great, man. How are you, Ray?
Never better. You going to make it out for the holidays?
Actually, I was thinking about it, but frickin' airlines keep jacking the prices, man.
What? Oh, you think they were in business for a profit or something?
Stuff like that. Huh?
You think they were in the business to make a profit or something?
Well, I've never been in that. So I was.
This is not government airlines. These are businesses, and they say, well, we got supply and demand, and it's it's one of those times of the year where there's a lot of demand and dwindling amount of supply.
It's cheap cheaper to go to fly from where I'm at in Florida to Manila and then fly from Manila to Guam than it is to fly direct to Guam.
Then do
It's
that.
crazy, man.
I know. Then do that.
Yeah, well, bad news. I let my passport expire. That's one thing. So you know how that goes.
They want you to have. Do you have a real ID? Oh, never mind. Real ID. That's not going to help you out in trying to get into Manila. Anyway, what do you want to talk about today besides giving the airline some gas?
Oh well, I want to talk about Agent Orange again.
Agent. You know, I'm not crazy about this the connection here. You sound kind of far off and tinny. Are you on a Bluetooth or something like that? Can you pick up the receiver so I can hear you better?
No, I'm on my computer. Hold on a second. Let me move back to my phone.
Yeah. Do that because there's not a Zoom here. I like the sound of telephones. I don't know if it's going to be all that much better, but maybe it'll give me a little bit of.
Okay, how's that? Can you hear me now better?
I hear you a whole lot better. Thanks, Bear. Appreciate you doing that for our listeners. So you want to talk about Agent Orange? Happy Christmas subject. Go ahead.
I don't know if it's going to be all that much better, but maybe it'll give me a little bit.
Oh, that sucks. Okay, I can't deal with it. Using actual. It got better sounding, and then it got the echo, and I can't. I'm sorry. Let me get into a conversation. Tyler Matanani Mortera on the line right now. You know, I had a great conversation with Mr. Mortera last night.
I heard.
Yeah. We talked about a lot of stuff, including airline stuff, and I explained to him about what happened with deregulation and the fact that when I was a little boy, we had lots of airlines flying in and out of Guam. It wasn't the cheapest thing in the world, but there was a whole hell of a lot more competition back then. And after deregulation and a bunch of notable mergers, we're down to just one. Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, it really is sad, and it's just one of the many topics that my husband's really passionate about. But, you know, I'm glad that you guys were really able to get into the topic of airlines because, you know, we have experienced so many of our closest friends, including homeowners on Guam, that within the last 2 years, they're leaving because of the situations here on Guam where they see better opportunity out there. And it's really unfortunate. Even his mom stays out in Hawaii, and although it could be as simple as a flight from Guam to Hawaii, for the two of us, we're looking at a minimum of $3,000. And all it really takes is, hey, something happens with the car, or we have to go get checked out at the hospital for something, and you know the plans
that
for
wipes
that
out.
are
Yeah, that
really
wipes out the airplane money. And you know what's infuriating is so many other people your age are throwing everything on credit cards, and they're doing YOLO. That's it. We're going. We'll fly. I'll be in debt, but I got to Rome. I got to see the Eiffel Tower. I got to ride a camel. Did all of that stuff. And how lucky am I? But we'll save that conversation for a little bit later on. I get it completely. I have a daughter that is thankfully back home for the holiday break, and she has to fly from San Francisco to Hawaii to Guam, and that costs some dough to do all of that stuff. When she graduates from college, I'm supposed to go to her graduation. Number one, I don't want to fly. I don't like flying that far. I'm not a natural flyer. It's an unnatural procedure for me, and especially going that far, I'm not crazy about it. And then there's the cost associated with it. So I'm doing everything I can. I'm paying my power bill with my credit card so I can rack up some mileage, so it doesn't cost me all that much money. I got about another year and a half before she graduates from school. So hopefully by then I'll have sufficient mileage to be able to eat that without digging into my savings too much. At any rate, 20 after 8 o'clock in the morning, another Fix and 6 get together tonight. This is the last one for the year, right?
No. So we have 2 more housing outreaches before December closes out. So we have our housing outreach this evening from 6 to 7 p.m. at the Jigo Gym. And then on Saturday, we have our outreach at the Dotnya Community Center that is from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Something I really want to encourage everyone, please visit our website, guamcdbgdr.org. Again, this is the Guam Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program. We have our housing division page on the website. We also have the presentation that's going to be discussed at these outreach events, so you can kind of prime yourself up, understand what's going to be discussed, And then also we have the list of all the required documentation that is going to be expected when the application period arrives. So when we had our outreach earlier this week in Dededo, we did have a lot of questions about proof of income or proof of ownership of the house. So we're seeing that the residents are doing their own research, doing their due diligence so that when we come to the table, they have their questions ready to go, and our housing team is able to help them. Again, this is for our owner-occupied rehabilitation and reconstruction housing program.
All right, and the Fix in 6. Do a Google if you're not getting website information. It's easier to find it. Just go Fix in 6 Guam, and whatever pops up, that's the link that you want to go to. Plus, also might take you to the socials. So if you want to get caught up on the rest of the schedule for the rest of the year, you can do that as well. Doesn't cost you anything to get in there and to participate, and you don't necessarily even have to be from the village that the get together is in.
Yep, absolutely. So, like I've said before, we've targeted a bunch of villages. We hit our north, south, and central, and we're going and circling back to those. So if you weren't able to attend an outreach for the housing division, please come. You don't need to be a resident of Jigo or Zotnia to attend. We welcome everyone. Come and learn about the housing program. Meet the team. These are the guys that are going to be really working hands-on with all of these cases. So please come. Again, we have our housing outreach this evening from 6 to 7 at the Jigo Gym, and then Saturday from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Zotnia Community Center.
Roger that. Roger. Is there a costume contest? Will you have a costume contest?
Costume contest, I'm not going to say that helps you get ahead of the line, but it is appreciated. It gives us all something to smile about when we're talking about housing and federal requirements.
It's my favorite thing in the world is to see somebody running around with a Santa Claus hat. So if it strikes you as something fun to do tonight, then I think you should. 8:23 in the morning, Tyler. Always fun talking with you. Fun talking with your husband as well. Hope we have many more opportunities to do that. And what's the name of the band that he's with?
So he's actually, and you're going to laugh when I say this, but he's a retired musician. He's been gigging for over 12 years professionally. So when we got married, we wanted to both just hone things in, especially with him running. We barely have any time to just be together, but he kind of is on a higher basis at this point. So not doing the regular gigs. However, for the month of December, he is gigging with Taj on Saturdays at Icon. So that's with Mama Shar, Tia, we got Dennis Nakamoto, all those great guys. So, yeah.
Well, who was he with last night? They were a loud band, but they're playing good music. It's like new wave. It's this century punk rock, and I really enjoyed it. And they were loud as hell, and it was fun, enjoyable to listen to.
Yeah, so that was a special event that they did. There was a private party happening in another room, but that band was called New Old, if I'm not mistaken. They're very new. So there used to be a band that just retired called Pop Rocks and Soda, and they were out on the scene for like 10 years.
Yeah, they were good.
Yeah, so the lead singer, he moved off island. So this is the band members, they wanted to continue going. So they rebranded and they renamed themselves. Still doing the same kind of vibe.
Yeah, okay. All right, that's why it sounded so familiar. Okay, well, and I'll explain what I was doing on a Wednesday night running around listening to rock music.
I won't tell, Ray.
No, it's okay. I'll talk to you pretty soon, Tyler. You have a great day. All right, and Merry Christmas to you and Mr. 8:25 in the morning. So yesterday was Run with Friends, the last one Run with Friends for the year. That's it. That was it yesterday down in Tumon. So I went to Boonies because I like to pregame at Boonies and got myself lubricated for the race. But it's not a race. It's not a race, Joel.
No, it's not.
Not a race. There's no big timer and there's no. But anyway, so I went and did that. Then I did the Run with Friends and then hung out with friends. Got a lot of pictures with some real happening people, and then went back over to the hotel where Boonies is in, because last night was one of, I want to say, 3 openings, soft openings.
Okay.
The return, ladies and gentlemen.
I love 3 soft openings.
Of Tony Aromas.
Nice.
Yes. They had a thing for Tony Aromas.
You can smell it?
Oh, my God, Joe. Oh.
Did you smell it?
We all of us shed a tear when we heard that Tony Aromas was going away, and apparently the outfit that had the gig before said okay to the dudes over at Boonies. Now Boonies is running it. 80% of the original staff is back. And the 20% of new staff that was there did an outstanding job meeting the needs of the folks that were invited for the soft opening. It was a good time had by all down there. A lot of pictures. A number of influencers in attendance as well, including myself. I was invited as kind of an influencer, and completely forgot to take pictures. So this is me influencing you now. Before too much longer, maybe by the end of this week, they will open for real and for permanent now the Tony Romas in Tumon. And don't take it for granted like you did before. You know, you got to every month. There's got to be an excuse for you to get in there and
suck
just
the bone.
Yeah, oh my God. So that was the lady comes over and there's like 20 things on the menu that you can order from, and I'm like, duh, ribs. I want the ribs. I haven't had the ribs. Can I get an onion loaf? Can I get that? You know, all of the stuff. And they dropped off a thing of acai beer, the acai on draft.
Oh, yum.
And they had a whole bunch of wines, and it looks everybody was oohing and eyeing about the new kind of look that it has. I wasn't getting that as much as I was getting the comfort food feel.
Yeah,
that Tony Roma's always
got
had.
the same people working there, man.
Yeah, exactly. There was
and
that
they
too.
love it. Yeah.
So the only caveat, and it has nothing to do with Boonies or Tony Roma's, is the men's room downstairs is under maintenance, and you have to go upstairs, and it kind of smells like pee-pee upstairs. So do it, get in, get out, and take care of all of the other stuff. I love the location, but there's still something about the management and the maintenance at that hotel that just needs a little bit more. I don't know. Okay, I'll put it this way: it feels like it's being run by Gov Guam.
Oh.
Is that sufficient?
Yeah.
You get it? Okay. Anyway.
It's a contractor hotel now, Ray.
Maybe. I think you're right. I think you're right. Anyway, 8:28 in the morning. There's Kenley and Guerrero was on the line. We were talking about airlines last night because there's all these people that go, we need more competition out here. Like who's left? There's the big four. We don't have a whole lot by way of the other airlines. When I was a boy, there were a zillion national airlines.
Yeah, Pan Am.
Pan Am was among them.
Northwest.
TWA was among them, and there was Braniff and Eastern Airline. I haven't said the words Eastern Airline since 1991. They went out of the game about the same time that Pan Am did. Braniff used to fly to Guam. TWA used to fly to Guam. TWA was here long enough to sponsor a bowling league. But Braniff was here for a little bit in the late 70s, early 80s. And for a lot of young brown lads like myself, it was the first time that I'd ever seen what I today refer to as lumberjack girlfriends.
There you go.
Because Braniff is a Texas airline, and
I'm awake now.
Everything in Texas is big, and they come out here and they stayed at the Hilton. So they had these Hilton had a bunch of different nights there where the nightclub, the disco, was open downstairs, and the flight attendants that would stick around overnight would come down and hang out at the disco, and you couldn't go up and ask them to dance because they were a foot taller than you. I'm 5'9". I'm fine. I was 5'9" in 1980, 81. I thought I was tall. And I'm talking to this woman, forget about dancing nose to nose or something, but it was one of those, and they were all colorful. Everybody wore. That was the thing about Braniff Airlines, was they had colorful livery, I think is what they refer to that as. So, we got competition that has changed things, the shrinking, just the unbundling, and there was whole deregulation that went in that was supposed to be of benefit to the flyers, to the people that were flying in the airplanes. And as it turns out, I think deregulation was only good for the shareholders of the airlines. And now we've just got the four that are left. What have we got here in the gizmo? I think there's American Airlines, Delta, United, and Southwest. I have frequent flyer cards and mileage credit cards on American. And I don't think I've ever flown American on purpose. I think I might have been transferred once upon a time. Delta, which my sister flies for. United, which is the hometown airline around here. And Southwest. And
like Delta.
what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to figure out which credit card I can get that will give me mileage that I can use on Philippine Air. But that's kind of tricky. Anyway, or maybe it's just me. 888-825-5888-TA. Okay, just real quick because I haven't had a chance to take a look at the numbers here. Oh, can I tell you what I did yesterday?
What did you do?
I'm going to because it's the Ray Gibson Show and this is all about me and my life. So yesterday there was a credit card offer from Coinbase, and the way it works is it's a cash back offer from Coinbase, but instead of giving you actual money, they give you Bitcoin.
Oh, Bitcoin.
They give you
Bitcoin.
you credit, in bits of Bitcoin. And so, but in order to get that, then you have to like join the Coinbase. So I joined the Coinbase. And what's the point of joining the Coinbase if you don't actually buy anything? So I bought $23 worth of Bitcoin yesterday.
Nice. You're on your way.
And you know what happened as soon as I bought? They went down. Bitcoin, when I bought it yesterday, was at 87. No, I'm sorry. What's the number? $87,700. When I bought Bitcoin, my $23 worth of Bitcoin yesterday was worth $87,700. The current Bitcoin number, Real Joe, is
85.7.
Master financier.
There you go.
Master investor here.
Follow Ray
on the radio.
Yeah. Follow Ray like Pelosi does, and you'll be rich.
There it is. Just FYI. Wait a second. Some of the other. We'll take a look at what's going on in the markets because I brought it up, so I might as well do it. So where did I put the market thing? Well, I might have closed it. Hold on. Hate it when that happens. When I make a big deal about something and then I lose it on the screen. CNBC. Okay, market indexes. All right, give me a second here. We'll call this thing up on the screen. The American markets were down when I got in here this morning. Possible that they didn't come back. No, they didn't. S&P 500 losing about 80 points. I got the NASDAQ off by 418. You got to be kidding me. Big losers here in the market today. Dow Jones Industrial Average off by 230 points. Sadly, under 48,000 for the first time this week. My guess is there's probably going to be a whole lot of profit taken. So don't be too discouraged on that. FTSE is up by about 89 points. Nikkei unchanged at about 50,000. 49.5 is where they're at right now. I got the Hang Seng Index unchanged at 25,000. And the Shanghai Index up by 45. The Misery Index up by 1.14 points. And the DAX off by 116. You know what I said the big loser was today? Stand by. Oh, wait a second. This might be a part of, if it wasn't in the 8 o'clock news, definitely going to be a part of the 9 o'clock news. FBI Director Dan Bongiorno is stepping down, according to this story. Let me right-click on that here. Look at that in a second. All right. We got the NASDAQ is up in some places with Diamondback, Gilead Sciences, Comcast, Adobe, and Roper Technologies, led down by Constellation, ASML, Palantir, ARM Holdings, and Advanced Microsystems. Let me see. Commodities that we like to look at. Stand by. Wait, where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Okay, West Texas crude, 56.9. It was $55.30 yesterday. Now almost 57 again. Should have bought on the dip, guys. Got gold trading at $4,371. They're up by 39 points. I don't know if that's record, but definitely in that neighborhood for making records. And if you're buying silver these days, that's up by $3, $66.44 for all of that. All right, doing some traveling. Japan, 155.6 yen against the dollar here. It was 150. Yesterday, so a little bit of weakening on overnights here. It's about the same thing with the Philippine peso. Peso's about flat, 58.62, and the South Korean won flat at 14.77. It's got 4 digits in there, so the difference between 14.74 and 14.77 today ain't that much. And where'd you say Bitcoin was again? 85,000 what?
Right now, it's 86,299. I just refreshed it.
You know why? Because I'm a financial genius.
You're in it to win
I
it.
guess my $23 worth of Bitcoin might be as valuable now as $23.05.
We're gonna look back on this day when you're rich.
Yeah, I'm gonna. And I'm gonna buy all my friends new cars and pay off your mortgages.
That's amazing
with my
dude.
Bitcoin money. It's at 8:35 on the Ray Gibson Show. There might be more nonsense like that before too much longer. But first, Donna D with her look at news and headlines, etc. And then we'll come back and I'll do maybe yesterday's celebrity birthdays. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Stick around.
Are you in need of accessible, affordable, reliable, and responsive transportation services? Then contact the Accessible Van Transportation Services, AVTS on Guam. AVTS is a newly established family-owned wheelchair transportation company on Guam, and we have a fleet of 3 vans with hydraulic kneeling system and fold-out ramps. We provide 24/7 non-emergency medical transportation services for the elderly, dialysis patients, wards of public guardian, GMH, GRMC, Naval Hospital discharge patients, off-island visitors, veterans, and retirees. For reservation requests, you can text or call AVTS directly via WhatsApp at 671-898-8695 or email us at avtsguam@gmail.com.
Mosa's Joint is hosting a block party this Sunday to celebrate 10 years of Mosa's in Hagåtña. It's a full afternoon with proceeds benefiting Harvest House, a fun list of local vendors, a burger eating contest, open mic session, live music from DUB, and the best draft beers on special. Michelob Ultra, Mango Cart, Kona Big Wave, and Stella Artois. Or enjoy a cocktail made with Deep Eddy Lemon, Bacardi, Camacho Tequila, and Patron. Mosa's 10 years in Hagåtña block party starts at 2 p.m. this Sunday. Bud Light reminds you that responsibility matters.
1 week left. 7 more days till Christmas. Get the perfect Sharp gift at the local shop or bladesbycrank.com.
Hey, it's the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at GRMC Guam Regional Medical City. They are your health care partners. Intro, now with news. Here's Donna. I'm lazy.
The Contractors License Board is still struggling to collect a $300,000 fine from Menzies Aviation. The fine was issued in 2023 for unlicensed work at the airport, and the case is frozen after the board's attorney quit. Officials say at least 5 different lawyers have handled the case with no progress. The board is now waiting for a new legal replacement. Meanwhile, Father Luis Camacho will appeal the Vatican decision to strip him of his priest title for sexual misconduct. Archbishop Brian Jimenez corrected an earlier statement saying Camacho remains a priest during the appeal process. The Archbishop apologized for acting too quickly in announcing the dismissal. Camacho has until early February to submit his appeal to the Vatican. And La May's Bake Shop is opening inside the Micronesia Mall Payless tomorrow. The bakery was founded by 23-year-old Trisha May Marquez following her graduation from UOG. The soft opening runs from 8 to 6 and features custom cakes and holiday treats. Payless says the new shop is part of their effort to support local entrepreneurs. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Oh, wait. Trina sent me a note yesterday. Yeah, she wanted to thank us for our participation in publicizing the big tomorrow Christmas and bake sale that they had.
She's dropping off stuff
Say
for
it with
us.
food, Trina. Say it with food.
Thanks for your help. We sold out of most of the pastries in under an hour. Please share the next message with your audience if you can. GCC grateful to our media partners like us. They scored the sellout success in today's bake sale with many of the most popular treats flying off the tables in under an hour. But the deliciousness isn't over yet.
Yay.
Holiday lunch plates. Chef Paul's famous Dinanzi, freshly baked assorted cookies, and a small variety of other irresistible pastries are still available. Oh, wait a second. You're supposed to get there before 1 o'clock yesterday. Never mind.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I was going to say.
You missed it.
What? Well, she said it to me. This is like before my nap. How am I supposed to?
That's what they call malert.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Well, you might be able to, because I don't know if all the Dinanzi is gone, but that they had Chef Paul's famous it was the mango Dinanzi, right?
Yes,
They
sir.
might still have some of those in $5 and $10 jars. Your mileage may vary, but there's. Okay, never mind. I thought there was going to be something else after that, but I don't think there is. There might be a couple of nah. I don't have the celebrity birthday thing in front of me, Donna, so you know what? I'm going to let you run. I take care of things. 8:39. The reason why I'm kind of got a lot in my head and I'm going through it, trying to check mark this, check mark that, because I got a magistrate report from a guy. You know, I'm a fan of Home Depot.
Oh,
I always have since like the day they opened. I knew it was going to be crowded, so I didn't go.
Yeah.
My dad went. My dad went to Home Depot. He was there on the first day of Home Depot on Guam. And one of the things that really annoys me is when people shoplift and they steal from Home Depot, because that just drives up the cost for me. Fortunately, they caught somebody who allegedly went in and did some stealing. Now, I got to say, for a meth head, alleged meth head, because he's been arrested for that before, you have to appreciate, if you will, his... what's the word? How do I want to say this? He was the clever nature of the way he was trying to spirit things out without paying for them. So, Roel Guan Lao was observed with a white and orange HDX brand multi-purpose lawn and garden pump sprayer box that appeared to be open. The security officer recognized Guan Lo from a previous incident at Home Depot that was not filed with the police, but used the same method of theft. See, check that out. Did not file it with the police. You know, it's like, what are we going to do with this guy? Apparently, I think because they caught him, right?
God.
Anyway, he stated that he observed Guan Lao place 2 different Milwaukee brand lithium battery packs into the HDX pump sprayer box before concealing the items by reattaching the box lid with tape.
Oh, man.
Clever.
That's smart, bro.
Yeah. This guy, you know, he's the Teddy Roosevelt. No, what is it?
I think
Edison.
that's fair if he's going to pay for the sprayer.
Right? So
Yeah.
you pay for the sprayer knowing that you've got $200 worth of batteries, lithium 18-volt batteries on the inside of it. He stated he observed him placing the he watched Guan Lao proceed to cash register number 2 in the Lumber Pro area, pay for the HDX brand pump sprayer, then contained the concealed Milwaukee brand lithium battery packs, and then exited the store. He and a co-worker confronted him after he left. He apologized for stealing the items and advised that the battery items retail for a total of, $547 for all this.
True.
Now, I don't know if he got to keep the sprayer.
Dude, I don't like him, Ray. He's a Milwaukee fan. I hate him.
You know us Ryobi guys.
Yeah.
We should have been there. We should have been
We got
there.
that tattooed on our stomachs.
If you're going to steal something, steal this.
Yeah.
You want to steal these batteries.
That's the real
This
stuff.
got a
They
little
don't
button
last
you can
long.
push on the Ryobi batteries, you know, and you can push on it. It'll show you how much charge you got left. Do the Milwaukee batteries do that?
Yeah.
For $547 for 2, they should. They should. And then they should be, for $547, they ought to be able to put themselves back in the charger, is what I'm saying. Now, it's the same MO that he had before, and so I'm just going, maybe there needs to be a big sign up in the place. If you are this guy, no admittance.
Yeah.
And
Mr.
instead of having somebody, looking at your receipt on the way out by the water stash, there ought to be somebody just looking at faces of people on the way in, and anybody that looks like, and there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them. This guy here, like I said, has got a rap sheet. I'm sure the cops knew exactly who he was when they stepped up to him to effect the arrest in the place. I'm looking to see if I've got there's another story, because a lot of times, when I look at these stories, these magistrate reports, I always ask myself, Ray, why is that name so familiar? Guan Lao is it's a common enough name, but why does it seem so familiar? Why do I think I might have seen this in some kind of a magistrate report? And the answer is because I have. Earlier this year, what is it? Catch, release, reoffend is what Doug Moylan calls it. And on or about July 25th, at about 1:33 in the afternoon, police executed a search warrant at a house in Dedidu. There, they found suspected methamphetamine in a bedroom occupied by Roel Guan Lao. The police specifically found, among other things, clear resealable baggie containing a substance that field tested positive for methamphetamine. They also found glass pipes. The defendant admitted to ownership of the baggie and the pipe, and based on the foregoing, he was charged with possession of a Schedule II controlled substance. As I said, this was back in July 25th of 2025. Here we are just a few days away from the 25th of December, and the guy was arrested, I think it was on the 16th or 17th, for attempted theft of goods over at the Home Depot. How is it possible you get busted? It's crystal methamphetamine, even though it's Schedule II, possession is still a crime. So why is it that the guy was out? Now, there is also a report from Doug Moylan on the catch, release, reoffend. So I might open that up to find out which judge let this guy back out. Which judge allowed for him to?
We get to guess.
Post a bail. I don't know. I got to get motivated. But there's another thing that was in my WhatsApp yesterday was just going off with crazy stuff. And it wasn't just the governor's request to put the fake news, propaganda, political BS in what should have been the GPA regular monthly customer newsletter that said that because the legislature didn't act, that the prices of power and water are going to go up unless she gets her way with that hospital in the middle of nowhere. And as I said, the first time I saw it was in social media, and I was delighted. I was delighted. If you were one of the people that commented on that, because they were absolutely ratioed. They were absolutely, it was like one positive comment to like 20 negative comments about this. If you were one of the people that was able to see through this BS and came to the same conclusions and wondered out loud about the same things I wondered about, Guam is in good shape. We're in good hands. We just got to get you voting is the thing. That we got to get you out there. We got to get you politically motivated so that we're not exposed to any of this BS. Doug Moreland refers to it as corruption, and why not? There's clearly corruption in the administration in places, and who knows if this is another example of it that they're trying to sweep under the rug. I'm just saying that's what it looks like. But that's not the only thing that irked me. You know what else irked me?
What irked you?
All right, the ARG moment, the irkment came when I got this in the WhatsApp. Important announcement. The elevator to access the second floor of GPD's Recreational Boating and Safety Office and Armory in the Hakabutan is not operating and will be down. How long? How long? Anybody? Anybody want to guess? Maybe you've seen it as well. Is it going to be down a week until the Otis guys get there? Is it going to be down for a month? Maybe we got to wait for some parts. It says it will be down indefinitely. Indefinitely. Boating and Safety Office, Armory is the elevator is not operating and will be down indefinitely.
Oh, they're going to adjust, man.
You know what? When is indefinite? When is indefinitely over? Is it possible it'll be fixed before the general election? I know.
Forever!
How long has the Agana swimming pool been down?
Forever!
Exactly. I actually have not updated that number here, so it's got to be somewhere in the realm of about 3,000 and is that 55 or 45? Yeah, 34. Maybe 3,045 days since the Agana swimming pool was indefinitely closed. Who's on line one?
Line one, Sean Gumatalta from the senatorial place.
Right.
And I got Peter.
Oh, Peter. Wait, there's
Pumpkin Eater.
No, this Peter Santos. Okay, I got to get Sean first because he's a sitting senator in the 38th Guam legislature and just had an oversight hearing. But the reason why I wanted to talk to you, Sean Gumatao, is not necessarily based on that. Although I thought there were some interesting things, like we've got $800,000 sitting around that nobody can find, or that we're unsure of its availability to move forward with the modernization of the Department of Corrections, among other things. But because you are a Republican, I wanted. In fact, not just a Republican, but the high-talking chief of the Republican Party here on Guam. I wanted to know what your thoughts were on the political hit piece that was enclosed in the billing of the Guam Power Authority, suggesting that the Republican-led legislature, yourself included, are going to be responsible for the increase in water and power rates.
Again, I appreciate the administration spelling my name correctly at the very bottom of the letter. Just start with that. Secondly, I think when I was listening to much of the program today and agree with even for everyone that was talking about it to include. I mean, I think our majority leader said it best. It's like it's a legal case. We're staying out of it. And I worked in that branch. I've worked in the other branch too. That's not our role. We need to stay out of those types of things. Let them resolve their dispute.
You've got an issue with the Attorney General. It's in the courts now. Many bits and pieces of this case related to the hospital complex in Manila are in court right now under the scrutiny of folks maybe more qualified than you and I to deal with it, but certainly in their lane.
Yeah, and they, they're trained lawyers. They're judges. They've been jurists for many years. The judicial officers at the branch of government, the judiciary, are very good. They know what they're doing. They have people around them that are looking at all of the case law, looking at all of the evidence before them. And then I think for me, there's process. And so stay out of it until it's our turn to, maybe create policy if that is what is needed.
The question, though.
Oh, yeah, by the way, and I wasn't even here, man. When this all started, I was like in the private sector. I was doing something else.
Yeah.
That's why it kind of puzzles me, throw me under the bus like that. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Because you're a senator now, and you've had multiple opportunities to see things.
I voted no because exactly what I said.
Yes,
that it's in another branch.
I'm in the legislature. Well, but it also brings into question the appropriateness of the autonomous agency that is GPA. allowing for, I mean, I get it. It was the request of the governor, but that doesn't automatically mean that you've got to take it and run with it. But and there's not even what you and I would refer to as a disclaimer that says that this is not the opinion or findings of the Guam Power Authority. We're just passing this along at the governor's request. But there should have been something that would underscore their autonomy and independence.
There's a better use of money and a better use of a letter. And that wasn't it. And I'm not going to question whether the CCU or GPA they asked very politely, and they said, sure, we'll throw it in there, and people got it. And I don't want to call it a hit piece. I just think that the governor's office, again, we've asked them very politely to let this dispute go and petition, the Supreme Court. We're at the end of December. Where is the Supreme Court hasn't acted? How urgent is it's so urgent for the office of the governor? And they're listening this morning. Go and file your emergency with the Supreme Court. They're on the third floor. They have this intake office. You can file, stamp it, and then we'll get the high court involved. Simple.
It's
well, maybe not. Maybe not. So I guess.
Well, do you want to take your chances?
Thursday morning.
I know.
But that's the point, right? That the governor's office if it's such an urgent matter for you, go to the third floor, file your brief.
And the mechanism by which the monies have been made available to the utilities or are going to be made available to the utilities is still clouded in my head as well.
But even crazier than that, when the governor gets her plan, I mean, she submitted it to Treasury. Ask the Speaker; he'll tell you no, and he'll ask all of us. We'll tell you no. The governor can copy and paste, send a letter, said, "Dear Department of Treasury, we would like this project. Here's our 3 projects. It's in the rule. Copy and paste. Say why McGee is more important. Love, Governor of Guam," and then wait for an answer. And then when this whole dispute's over, guess what? You got a project ready. You got the Treasury backing it, and it's time for the legislature to do its part at that point, if it's even necessary.
Yes. Well, if we're going to build a new hospital, the legislature is going to have to do its part. We're going to have to determine what's available to us in terms of borrowing, and what we're comfortable, what the burden we're comfortable of placing our children and grandchildren under.
I'm not. I mean, listen. If that's what there's a push for a bond, I tell you something. We got a lot of work to do. And is this issue really? It's a dispute. That's what we've been trying to tell the governor's office. Like, you got a problem, go up to the Supreme Court, take care of it, and then when you're all done, and you've already filed your stuff with Treasury, which he hasn't done. We asked on the record they hadn't done it. Well, when you're done, let us know so we can get involved.
So the critical nature of it still, although they submit that's not the case.
It's end of next year. I mean, it's so critical for the governor and the office of the governor. They haven't submitted it to Treasury. They have not submitted it to the Supreme Court. How urgent is it for them?
Well, so there's blame casting going on because they're suggesting that's not the case. The letter, you've seen it, says what stands in the way is not lack of planning, funding, or work readiness. It's the Attorney General. And so I'm going, okay, well, so they are under the impression they've done everything they need to do, right?
All of the insinuation that it's Doug's fault. Now, when do they take responsibility? Where is their plan? Where's the published letter to the Department of Treasury that says these are our 3 projects? Here's what it costs. And then they share with the people of Guam. Stop blaming that guy. Why don't you look? The mirror's kind of big. Look at it. I mean, it's frustrating, Ray, as we get into Christmas season, haggling this and seeing a GPA letter said there's a dispute. They should just get it done.
The GPA should have stayed out of it. That's my position. And among the different places that I've got,
they can jump in if they want to. It's all good. I don't see it that way. I think I would have rather seen the newsletter was probably more interesting than the letter. But I wanted to know what was going on in the month of November.
Sometimes I put my check in with my check in the envelope here. I don't want to throw this away. You throw it away. Put it in your trash. 8:55 in the morning. All right. Well, in this case, you're not necessarily hanging any dogs here today. I certainly am, because I think it was out of place for the Power Authority to include that without any kind of other disclaimer and something that says, well, wait a second, we're not entirely sure that rates are going to go up or down as a result of what happens with this deal. So I think there should have been something that would, from the experts at GPA, concur or in the very least say this is a matter of opinion and conjecture, not ours. I think that would have been appropriate.
Yeah, but an executive branch function, they should tell everybody, here's our letter to Treasury, here's our three projects that we want to do. Here's what we eliminated Oka, we eliminated the other one. Here's Minulau. Here's what it's going to cost. Treasury says, okay, you're approved, and then we'll call it a day.
But
but
that would be transparent, and the only people that are transparent these days are DPW.
So novel, a novel idea to tell everybody what's going on.
Well, I don't know. I mean, just for sharing, because we're both press guys, one way or the other. I was amused that the DPW is coming out and saying, well, here's all of our receipts on the procurement for the Simon Sanchez School because we did everything above board. We didn't make any mistakes, and there's no reason for anybody to protest. And you know my position on that. Oh, we're going to start doing that? I want to see all of the procurement, sole source procurement. I want to see all of the emergency procurement that's taken place since 2020.
Hey, when I think of Sanchez, can I tell you this?
Yeah.
They put all that out there. What makes us think they're not going to try to get sued again for putting out the documents? It's still an active procurement. How crazy!
I hadn't
appreciate
thought of
the
that.
Transparency, but they're an active procurement. You just told everybody what their number was. You told them what their process was. Thank you. That was proprietary. Now, I guess for doing that, I'm going to take you back to court.
Oh, it's funny.
Oh my goodness.
That's funny. 8:57 and change. You're right. What a great and wonderful Christmas season we've got in front of us. Merry Christmas to you and the family. I don't know if we're going to talk next week.
Mark, Merry Christmas to you, man.
Este amigo. Have a great Republican Day.
Amen.
888-8255, 888-TALK, 857. Probably should have asked him what he thinks the president is going to say. 9 o'clock in the morning on Guam, but at 9 o'clock Eastern, the president of the United States is going to be issuing an address to the nation. And I have been asked by somebody on the Facebook Live, Ray, what do you suppose the president of the United States is going to say? And my response at the time was STFU. I think that's what he's going to say. He's going to highlight the last 11 months of achievements that have taken place since he was inaugurated president of the United States of America, and all of the great strides that we have made, I think, in restoring the prominence and power of the United States of America as a global power, as a global business partner, and that is something that I think other countries were taking advantage of, if not pooping on the United States of America every chance that they got, up to and including sending all their criminals and crazies and drug people into the United States of America to be unvetted by our president and vice president at the time. And the number of, I think that it will be interesting to hear the number of people that have documented self-deported, and how many people have been physically and appropriately administratively deported out of the United States of America, and how many other people are still waiting to go through that process. There's a significant number of people that snuck into the country, highest numbers that we've ever seen, and that is changing the nature of the United States of America. Certainly not as safe as it used to be, and frankly, there's some things that I see going on out there, and people that I note are deportables in the United States mainland for their misdeeds and their crimes that they have committed there. We've got similarly non-citizens around here that have committed similar crimes, and I'd like to see them deported, perhaps using the same resources as the United States of America does. I'm sorry, the U.S. mainland does, ICE officers, etc. I got a breakaway. I got Fox News Live, right, coming up? We're going to do that?
Yeah.
Right on. And Brother Patrick's going to be in the studio, Patrick Lujan. We are going to ask him some questions about, sports stuff, because it's always interesting, but also SHPO stuff. There have been some changes. We had a chance to talk briefly about it before, and I think we're going to go long form on that in just a little bit. Stand by now. Fox News Live, KUSG Agotnia. They're going to tell us all about Dan Bongino quitting from the FBI. That's ahead right now.
Campus killer still at large. I'm Tom Graham, Fox News. Investigators continue to release images related to the deadly shooting at Brown University over the weekend. Fox's CB Cotton is in Providence, Rhode Island.
Providence PD asking the public to help identify a second individual. The agency, though, is not calling this a second person of interest, but instead saying this person was near the man they've been searching for, described as 5'8" with a stocky build, who was casing the neighborhood near Brown before the shooting. Brown University now getting tough questions about what appears to be security lapses. It's been revealed that none of Brown's 1,200 campus cameras were linked to Providence PD's real-time crime center. But Providence PD's police chief says he's not sure it would have mattered, telling Fox that instead there needed to be a newer camera system inside the school's engineering building that, get this, was only partially covered by surveillance.
2 people were killed, 9 others injured. Nick Reiner appearing in court today. He's accused of murdering his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner, in their Los Angeles home Sunday night.
It was a very brief court appearance for Nick Reiner, and his formal arraignment ultimately delayed until January 7th at his own attorney's request. But it was the first time we have seen Nick Reiner since he was arrested on Sunday. He was brought into court wearing a suicide prevention smock. He sat there shackled as well. He only spoke once when the judge addressed him about the delay in the arraignment. Fox's Jonathan Hunt in L.A. President Trump huddling with grieving families at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware today. The remains of 2 Iowa National Guard members arriving back in the U.S., Sergeant Edgar Torres Tovar and Sergeant William Howard, were killed during an attack in Syria. America's listening to Fox News.
Celebrating the 176th year anniversary of American President Lines. APL is a trusted partner to the U.S. government and its military. Our U.S. flagged vessels are proud to provide ocean transportation, logistics, and critical mission support worldwide, and most especially to our local partners right here on Guam and Saipan. APL has an extensive network that connects your shipping needs to anywhere in the world. The APL Guam team is dedicated and here to help you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com. APL Global Presence with a local home.
Mosa's Joint is hosting a block party this Sunday to celebrate 10 years of Mosa's in Hagåtña. It's a full afternoon with proceeds benefiting Harvest House, a fun list of local vendors, a burger eating contest, open mic session, live music from DUB, and the best draft beers on special. Michelob Ultra, Mango Cart, Kona Big Wave, and Stella Artois. Or enjoy cocktail made with Deep Eddy Lemon, Bacardi, Camacho Tequila, and Patron. Mosa's 10 years in Hagåtña block party starts at 2 p.m. this Sunday. Bud Light reminds you that responsibility matters.
President Trump is set to address the nation tonight from the White House, expected to lay out his 2026 agenda, as well as further explain so-called Trump accounts for newborn babies. Fox's Edward Lawrence.
Part of that is some of his successes, the things he wanted to pitch out there. One of them, the Trump accounts, which the website for that Trump accounts actually went live. They used the Airbnb co-founder, Joe Gebbia, to help design it. Now, TrumpAccounts.gov will be the one-stop shop for parents to figure out where to sign their kids up for the accounts. $1,000 will go into the account of every child born between 2025 and 2028. The CEO of Dell announced a $250 donation to every account for children under 10 in certain zip codes. And Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent announcing another billionaire today, Ray Dalio, who founded Bridgewater Associates. He and his wife will give $75 million to seed accounts for kids in Connecticut.
The address is set for 9 p.m. Eastern Time. A handful of moderate Republicans joining House Democrats pushing a vote for extending expiring Obamacare subsidies. Fox's Chad Perbram.
The Republican brass blocked GOP moderates from their plans to renew Obamacare aid on an interim basis. So 4 moderates signed their names to a Democratic effort to go around the Speaker and re-up the aid for 3 years. The effort now has 218 signatures, so they can team up with Democrats and force a vote on renewing the Obamacare assistance. House Speaker Mike Johnson says he has not lost control of the House. There's concern about Republicans not addressing the expiring tax credits, but conservatives oppose propping up Obamacare.
If passed, the Obamacare extension would face an uphill battle in the Senate. Meantime, the Senate moving to close a loophole that could have allowed military aircraft to fly without broadcasting their locations. The push comes after an Army Black Hawk helicopter did not broadcast its location and collided with an American Airlines flight near Washington last January, killing 67. Earlier, the Senate did pass an annual defense bill totaling $901 billion. I'm Tom Graham, and this is Fox News.
From small teams to growing companies, the United World Elite Business Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank can help turn your purchases to rewards your business can use. Plus, enjoy MasterCard benefits designed to give you peace of mind. Apply for the United World Elite Business Credit Card today, and if approved, earn 50,000 bonus miles when you spend $5,000 within the first 3 months after account opening. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit one of our branches or go to fhb.com/United Business.
When it comes to carpets or tile, you want more than just clean. You want deep clean. That's what Black Widow Cleaning delivers. Owned and operated by lifelong local Clayton Duval, Black Widow specializes in carpet extraction and tile and grout steam cleaning, using professional, state-of-the-art equipment to remove dirt, stains, and buildup that ordinary cleaning just can't touch. From small homes to large businesses, every job reflects the expertise, dedication, and quality only a certified firm can deliver. Black Widow Cleaning, where Guam homes and businesses get the deep clean they deserve. Visit blackwidowcleaning.com for a free quote today.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon. Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Is my turn to talk now? Okay, got it. Got a portion of the broadcast made possible by the dudes over at APL, American President Lines. A global presence with a local home, also being brought to you by my team over at Wendy's. They are my bacon mushroom portobello melt team over there at the place. It's back as usual. It's a limited time only. It's like a Christmas treat from Wendy herself. It is the incredible juicy beef. And it's that Wendy's meat. Crispy applewood smoked bacon. Nobody applewood smokes bacon. You know what? They need to put that. You know, you put bacon in a Bloody Mary. They need to put the bacon in the Frosty. I'm just saying. You know, don't let me tell you how to do your business. Sautéed portobello mushrooms and melty cheese on this soft toasted bun. Like I said, limited time. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's bacon portobello mushroom melt.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
8 after 9, Patrick Lawn saying there's only one P in Shippo. Not the way I do it. This is Sparta. This is Sparta. We like two P's. Multiple consonants.
Oh, man, I love it.
What does Shippo stand for, by the way?
State Historic Preservation Office.
Okay, so I'm going to go backwards on a lot of things.
Sure.
Because we've been having these conversations and people put in places to ensure that as we go through this version of the military buildup, but I think we're also talking about the last version of the military buildup, that there is adequate preparations made for the eventual findings, and a lot more frequent sometimes, I think, than we thought they were going to be.
Absolutely.
Findings of historical articles and things like that from once upon a time and a long time ago. And we want to make sure that when we do find things, that we don't unnecessarily disturb them for the sake of the construction. But if this construction has to go on, what are the mitigation steps? Now, many years ago, I think it's going back on 20 years ago now, there was a conversation about how it was going to get done, and we said, okay, we're going to have this historic preservation officer. You're not the first.
I am not the first.
Mhm.
Right.
But you're the second, aren't you?
Probably the third.
Is it?
Yeah, in the history, yeah.
I'm trying to remember. Patrick Lahan is with me in the studio, and the conversation came up again in the last couple of weeks because the governor had been asking people to take a look, review the documentation, and see if you needed to provide any comment on what the next iteration of the SHPO office is going to be. I'm sorry, not the office, but the programmatic agreement.
Correct.
Yes. And so people are wondering, and I'm wondering, because I looked at the new documentation, and I was clueless because I couldn't remember what was in the old documentation because it's from a long time ago. So if I were to prepare any kind of commentary on this, I think we start with what's changed. But before we get to what's changed, what is the programmatic agreement, and what are the things that are spelled out in there on what it's supposed to do?
Sure, yeah. Thanks, Ray, for having me and to present this to the public. So there's different iterations of programmatic agreements, not necessarily just with the military, but we can have programmatic agreements with any federal agency. And again, this is within the framework of federal law, right? The National Historic Preservation Act of 1966. So this is strictly, we're not talking about local law. That's a whole different animal in and of itself.
And it's not Guam solely. There are other places where there are programmatic agreements for operations, federal operations, similar to the ones that we go through here.
That's correct. Yes. So this is unique in itself, and the ones that were out for public comment and for review dates back to the 2008 programmatic agreement. Now, mind you, post that time, we have a 2011 programmatic agreement, which is really the Guam Military Build-Up Programmatic Agreement. That was the contentious one. And then later on, we have a testing and training programmatic agreement for the military as well, specifically for all their training and exercises on Guam, right? And the impact that they could potentially make on cultural resources. This one goes back to 2008, which is a general overview of all the Navy properties that are in Guam, so to speak, which is pretty much every military installation.
Sure.
And what we've done is it's a planning mechanism for my office and Joint Region Marianas, basically to look at the overall footprint of Navy property on Guam.
Going back, because we got to talk about the Joint Region, because it wasn't always the Joint Region. There was the Navy and the Navy base and all of the properties that it was responsible for, and the Air Force was solely responsible for what was happening at Anderson Air Force Base and the adjacent properties. And I'm trying to remember exactly when it was. I think it was Admiral French was the first guy that came out here and started doing the navigation process to create this Joint Region Marianas. And at that same time, did that require a change or an update to the programmatic agreement?
I think the joint concept was pre-programmatic agreement, and so hence, when the joint concept came around, then all of the properties stayed with the Navy. So Anderson Air Force Base is Navy property. Marine Corps Ben Blas Camp is Navy property.
For sure.
Technically. So this encompasses all of that, right? So, after putting this particular programmatic agreement into practice some 17 years already, in any relationship, you can say, okay, this one doesn't work. Let's tweak this one. We've amended a couple of things here and there, and we're like, hey, let's just do another rewrite for this particular one. We've put a lot of things into practice, and I think right now the eyes of what this particular agreement is, we streamlined a lot of things on it. A lot of the updates are pretty much the sensitivity maps, is what we call it. So a lot
sensitivity maps.
Yeah.
Women should come with that. Oh, wait, which one of us said that? Who said that out loud?
Not me.
You turn my microphone off when I'm thinking out loud like that. Doggone it.
That was Joey.
Sensitivity maps.
Yeah.
Well, we'll go over all of that because all of this stuff factors in. So the programmatic agreements and the changes that we periodically make to that are based. I want to say because it's my experience and it's what I'm told is based not necessarily on rumor, speculation, innuendo, or deliberate attempts to just go in, bulldoze the hell out of everything and get the job done as quickly as possible. But the way I see it in many of the programmatic agreements and the changes to the programmatic agreements, as you point out, are for streamlining the process and to make more efficient use of these sensitivity zones, the mitigation factors and the findings once artifacts are discovered in the process of construction.
Exactly. It's a planning tool. A lot of planning goes into it ahead of time before the signatures come into play. So this document in and of itself has been massaged. We've been working on this for the last couple of years just to try and get to this level of where it's acceptable by both parties, right? And what we felt was, let's say we categorize, going back to the sensitivity maps, we categorize it in 3 categories: low, medium, and high probability of cultural resources, right? So when they get into an area of low, medium, or high, they initiate different types of reporting mechanisms.
Okay.
Stuff like that, right?
So how do we determine, if we'll start with the sensitivity zones, because as you're pointing out now, that leads to, if this is low, then this is the criteria that we're going to be using for mitigation. Medium, different category; high, obviously different and more specific work that needs to be done there. So how do we determine something is low, medium, or high sensitivity?
So there's already archaeological and geological surveys being done, right? Whether they did it for previous projects, or we feel that, hey, this needs to be archaeologically surveyed, and then we make a determination on if it's low, medium, or high. Now, if it's medium or high, we still have what we call, we increase the risk and the probabilities, so we start focusing on that. On the low probability ones, we kind of like, okay, we don't need
Let's
to
go until we find something.
Yeah, and it's highly likely there's nothing there, because either it was pre-disturbed, or it was hit bedrock, or something like that in that nature. Those things we don't really have to do deep dives into.
Does the government of Guam have to do that?
No, the military does it.
But does
we
the government of
oversee
Guam? But no. It's
see.
a parody question here.
Yeah.
So all of the things that we are demanding of the federal government, that we are demanding of the military,
Yes.
Is the government of Guam beholden to the same rules when it comes to preservation of our history?
On government property, yes. On private property, no. We play by 2 different rules. And so that again, you're opening up another can of worms. And we're getting into that, where we're trying to do an entire local statute rewrite for historic preservation. And luckily, we've got some traction down in the legislature finally. With Senator Calvo. So we're actually started a working group, which we include major stakeholders such as commerce, real estate folks, Guam Contractors Association, everybody that's involved in type of development. I'm calling them to the table so we can discuss this topic. Why are we working 2 different types of operations, one for the feds and local government, one for the private industry.
Yeah, so I mean,
it's totally not fair.
Exactly, and I'm so glad that finally somebody is saying something like that, because there's things that you got a developer and he's got a piece of property.
Absolutely.
I'll give you a perfect example is where what's the name of the hotel we knocked down because it fell in the earthquake, but not all the way, the Royal Palm.
Yep.
Royal Palm. So we've got new owners there, new processes there. My understanding.
Yeah, we met with them.
You met with them. My understanding is they already went through this process when it was Royal Palm construction, and now that there's new guys in there, they have to go through the process, the archaeological process, all over again, even though it was already cleared once upon a time. So I'm trying to figure out why we have to do that. Why is there a redundant pass on this?
Well, in that case, what we want to do is just kind of take a look at what was cleared before. Not necessarily you have to do it again, right? Because you look at the time frame and you look at different types of asks.
Yeah.
So if you asked to go down 1 foot back in 1980, now you're asking to go down 10 feet. That's a different ask, right? So
the only thing down there is going to be gravel because we've already gotten
negative,
close.
not necessarily, especially when you're down in Tumon, right? So again,
but they'd already driven the pilings down.
In that case, we'll take a look and it'll be an easy clear.
Okay.
So it all depends. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the point? But
Correct.
if the government wanted to do something like that, they wouldn't have to.
They would have to.
They would have to.
Yes,
the
sir.
government.
Yes.
Do they?
As far as my watch, yes, they do.
Well, Patrick's got an eye on it. Well, Patrick, but they're different standards that are being applied, and
there are
so
different standards.
I'd like to see some kind of.
And it should be the same.
Yes.
Correct.
Okura, as an example.
Yes.
That property adjacent to
them.
the Okura. If you can't see it, there's a fence there, but if you stand in the right spot and look kind of downward, maybe a 5 or 10% angle, you'll see the remnants of concrete bungalows that were built once upon a time. And I think you know the story well enough. I think you were in the media at the time. Is there was going to be a development there, low-rise development in between the Westin Hotel and what is now the Lotte Hotel. It's a nice green space, beautiful view down there. Would have made a nice spot, but my understanding is every time they dug a hole in the ground, they found bones of our ancestors.
Absolutely, and
we'll never ever be able to do anything about it.
Well, my first rodeo in the office back in 2010, I believe it was. They were trying the construction there, and I saw the most beautiful human remains of our ancient people there. It was a mother with a baby right by the side. It was just in pure condition, ornaments and all, and you couldn't get more touching. I wonder if the archaeological firm has pictures of that. But there's also, so it makes it that difficult to develop down there. And there's a lot of stories of that project of the Tautomona affecting construction workers in that particular.
Everybody getting a pinch.
Yes, sir, and sick.
I've heard of those things as well, but in my mind, I'm thinking, well, there's a piece of property some owner out there will never ever be able to capitalize on.
It'll be difficult, yes.
Yeah, at this point, because as I said, you couldn't turn a shovel without finding something.
We can't say no because it's it's not our property.
So getting back, let's get back to the mitigation, because that's what, at the end of the day, that's what this is all about.
Absolutely.
Is how do we mitigate against this? So obviously, one of the answers is leave everything in place, do not disturb, and put up signs and protect that because of the nature of the historical asset.
Exactly, and we're not in the business to say no, you can't do it. We're technically consultants, right? And in the historic preservation world, a classic example is the burial findings of ancient remains up at Camp Blas, right? They found 12 ancient burials, and so in the spirit.
Was it high, low, or medium?
I can't remember what.
Because I want to say that there was one place where they said this was going to be low, and then as they started doing the work on it, all of a sudden, all of a sudden they're finding all kinds of stuff.
And here's the reason why: because they deemed it low because of what they call a pedestrian survey, which is just a walkthrough. They didn't go down, and they didn't realize that there were cavities that our ancient Chamorros buried their loved ones in limestone cavities, right? So that was a new development within the history of our people. And so what happened was I said, okay, what is your plans, Camp Blas, to build here? And they said, oh, it's going to be a parking lot for this building adjacent to that.
Can we move it?
Can you move your parking lot? And they said, let me get back to you. They went back to their planning. They came back and said, yep, we can move our parking lot. We'll leave it in place. We'll build a nice memorial. And that's what occurred. So that's true preservation of our history.
Correct.
That was a success story.
There are other mitigations that say, all right, well, tell you what, we will exhume, we will do the archaeological work here, and we will develop new assets, figure out what we want to do with them afterwards. Do we want to reinter them, or do we want to make them part of a museum?
Correct. And there's procedures for that, right? And that's all in consultation with our office. And we have the difficulties for, let's say there's big businesses out here that money is key, and they don't want to pay for the proper procedures of it, and we don't know what happens. So that, again, that's the different, making things fair, right, for all angles. And that's what we deal with, on a regular basis.
We've got, you think about construction companies here on Guam. Sure, we got a couple of fly-by-night guys, but for, I want to say, the most part, we got some dudes out here, businesses that have been doing it for a long time, don't want to jeopardize any of their relationships, don't want to jeopardize any of their reputations, and will generally do what they need to do and talk to whoever they need to ensure that while they're working on a private project out somewhere, that they are following all of the rules.
Majority of them are like that.
Yeah,
but there are some that are not.
Because I've seen, we talked about this when you were in the phone interview. I've seen work being done, say up making your way up Nimitz Hill, Turner Road. There was some rehabilitation of some water or fuel lines, or I don't know what it was, but there were these guys that were fabricating everything and actually digging holes in the ground. And there were people there that were obviously part of a construction crew, and there were people there that were obviously observers. I assume the observers were working along the same lines as a SHPO.
Correct. That's monitors, right? So they have a keen eye of what they're looking at, right? And I've got staff that have that keen eye, and it blows my mind that they can resemble a shirt or a rock or whatever as a
this is something
resource.
that we need to look at.
Exactly.
That's an important piece of pottery.
Keep
going.
As a matter of fact, it took one of those monitors when they were doing the construction when they found those 12 up at Camp Blas, where they identified a tooth. So from a construction and the clearing of it, they found one tooth that resulted in 12 burials. It's amazing.
When that happens, for the listeners that might not be aware, when you find, as the earth-moving machines are moving, you see something that is a human remain, a tooth, a finger bone, a leg bone, something like that, what then happens?
So that's when things stop.
Yeah.
Right. And we take a look and we take a deep dive and we send out the archaeologists, osteologists, even if it's human bones, right, and make a determination. Sometimes it's animals. Sometimes it's
there's deer, pig.
Yeah, and so those occur as well. And then we just have those steps in place if it's confirmed as human, and then there's ways of evaluating and taking a look at the possibilities, right? And a lot of research goes into it. They start looking into old surveys, of what was found prior to.
What happens with the construction that's supposed to be being done?
Yeah, they have to hold up.
Are they allowed to move the equipment?
They're allowed to move their equipment.
Okay, because you can back it out, and then leave room for the investigators to come in and take a look.
That's why we try and work as fast as we can, right, to make that determination and then to continue the work if necessary.
Is there a similar programmatic agreement for Saipan and the CNMI, the construction that they've done in Tinian?
Yeah, they have their own. I know Joint Region has been working on programmatic agreements for CNMI, even with Palau, and actually everybody that they work out here in the Pacific. So, whether they mirror Guam's PA, I'm sure it has something to do with theirs as well.
Because I'm familiar with guys that do work on both islands. Because when you start talking about the people that are doing the digging, the people that are doing the monitoring, I want to say they're all kind of the same family of folks in the same businesses.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, so I mean, I hear what the protocols and the procedures are here, and I've heard them likewise are very, very similar out there.
Very similar.
In the number of people that you've got to have. So if you've got a guy that's driving a dump truck, okay, that's one guy. But if he finds something, or earth mover, if he finds something, then there's a minimum number of observers that you've got to have there, a minimum number of supervisors that you have to have on the site, and they're similar between Guam and the NMI.
Correct. Yeah, definitely. I mean, the terrain is the same, right? The history is pretty much the same as far as Chamorro history. So, I'm sure the protocols are very, very similar.
I wanted to get into distinctions between you as SHPO and maybe assumptions that other people may have about your job. And in fact, and it's kind of in a blind spot for me because as far as I'm concerned, it's like go, cat, go. We find something, we'll do the appropriate thing with it. And then eventually we'll have a base, or eventually we'll have a business, or eventually we'll build a hotel. But when it comes to, okay, I can get the historic stuff, archaeological finds that maybe we weren't of before, maybe some new understandings about our history and our culture that we can learn from all of these things. You talk about ornaments that went into the ground when people were buried. That's always kind of interesting to me because it speaks to who those people were, what their background, what their origin stories were, maybe before they came to Guam or as the culture evolved here on Guam. So all of that's very, very interesting to me. But what about some of the other things? So, as an example, the Nelsoni tree. To what degree do you have to get involved in conversations about the Nelsoni tree?
Zero.
What about the limestone forest? What about the rape of the limestone forest? Does the SHPO need to get involved in that?
No, I mean, we fall under the environmental realm, but there's experts for those, right? That's agriculture's lane and EPA, right? But so, we get into the room every once in a while when it's a collective think tank because we're all out there. But, for the most part, I'm far from a biologist or, agriculturalist. So, it's hard enough to keep in touch with what we're doing on our side.
So what's the hierarchy? Who's the boss? Is there? What's the worldwide body? What's the GNOC of historical preservation?
From I'll tell you where
how
environmental. It's an environmental division. So for Joint Region, cultural resource and agriculture and everything falls under environmental umbrella. Okay. Which is John Salas. He's the big boss up there. So we got local boy that's in charge.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure I've met.
Yeah.
I'm sure I've met.
And the cool thing about it, right, Ray, is and again the difference of this PA that we're looking at it's the evolution also of the management.
It's a collaborative process.
It is.
That's what I'm hearing. Because when we start talking about the military buildup and all of these questions about what's going on with archaeological and the artifacts and what's happening with the Nelsoni and, like I said, the rape of the limestone forest and plants and fruit bats and all of this other stuff. There's a whole lot of room for people to get breathless and wet the bed. Yeah. And so I'm glad to hear that that's not the case.
Yeah, and the thing is when we started this PA back in 2008, it was, we were dealing with, I hate to say it, but like outsiders, right? But since then, whether it's strategic or whatever, the military has hired our local boys to run their environmental program, right? From John Salas, Dana Lujan, Albert Borja. These guys live here and they've been doing this. Lorzell, Adrian, right? So you've got the local talent that has been driven over to run the military environmental programs. So these guys know this is their home, right? And it makes that even more impactful and productive, I believe, when we come into agreements like this, because they understand this is where they live.
When, as I say, it's a collaborative process, and it's nice to know that when changes need to be made, we don't have to do an act of Congress. You can get together amongst yourselves and say, this is what we found. This sounded important in the beginning. As it turns out, it ain't all that important. So we can get rid of that, eliminate that, streamline this process, so that the people can get their work done, so that we can execute the job that needs to get done. And in this case, executing the job so that we are in a position so that we can defend ourselves from anybody that wants to board the island, and maybe even mount a couple of offensive cases if that's what's required by the Department of War. So no need to get in front of that. I worry about that as we move forward with this missile defense system. I think that our enemies may be a little bit closer to their goals in terms of offensive weapons than we are in our capabilities to defend ourselves from those. So there's a part of me that says, hey, listen, you find a skeleton on that property, pick it up, move it, and then we'll just keep going and build up whatever it is that we've got to build so that we can defend ourselves against these hypersonic missiles.
Yeah, and they're coming around trying to put their footprint on Guam, and we're part of that process, right? And so we've been meeting with them for the last couple of years as well, the Missile Defense Agency. And granted, they're probably behind schedule as far as their footprint, but rest assured to the public that we're doing our part to evaluate these properties of where they try, and they're really trying to minimize any type of impact on the island. They've changed their footprint so many times within the last 24 months, 18 to 24 months.
Well, the part of this is also we don't want to necessarily let people know where the construction of these sites are going to be, these missile defense systems.
Once they start going up, you'll see them.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's obvious, but there's going to be some things that are temporary and on wheels, though there needs to be some preparation of the facility beforehand.
Correct.
Don't disagree with that. What's the point of having these missile defense systems in place if somebody can go and eliminate them before the real fight starts?
Yeah,
you're a military guy. You know this stuff. Yeah, there's no retiring. There's no retiring. They got a string on you. They can call you back anytime. You know this. Well, we got to talk about for those of you. There's at least one person on the gizmo here. The Komai 2 says SHPO. Now I don't know if they're correcting RU Kaduku 671, but Komai at Komai. All right, fine. I went in and changed it. Patrick Luan, SHPO. Preservation officer, historical preservation officer. We got a little bit more going on because I think we've adequately addressed for listeners what it is that we're talking about when we talk about SHPO, when we talk about the responsibilities and the programmatic agreement.
Well, one more thing.
But we haven't talked about what's in the new programmatic agreement, and I want you to underscore some of that.
Okay.
And we'll do that.
Yeah, so basically what we added was, and again, this is like deep into the woods, right? So we added traditional cultural places and qualifications of who would do the studies. That wasn't in the first one. We've added entire stipulation sections for GIS, data sharing.
GIS is
the global GPS GIS.
Oh,
right. So a lot of it.
So we can locate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as far as the data sharing between the military and us, right? So now there's stipulation in there that they have to share that data of whatever they find. We've outlined all the comments throughout the agreement from ACHP, which is the Advisory Council for Historic Preservation back in D.C. So throughout this period, we've outlined that and brought that forth. Again, huge update on the sensitivity maps. It's taken them years to get to where we feel comfortable that where it should be.
Is it more or less? Are you finding more culturally sensitive areas?
It's basically.
Will there be more lows? Will there be more mediums? Will there be more highs?
I believe we've increased the mediums and highs.
Well, that's good then.
Yeah, it's good.
That means that we are finding more places and more items more
that
artifacts
they have to be
out there.
careful with.
Okay, I don't necessarily have a problem with that.
Unfortunately,
But,
we cannot share that with the public, right? Hence the term sensitivity.
Well,
maps, right?
we also don't want people going in and looting the graves.
Exactly.
Get me a Sinahi from somebody's been buried.
Exactly. So the spirit and intent of this is still there. With especially the cultural sites, we built off of this PA, we built a good public access program with them that we've emphasized that they should allow the public to enter these places. A big thing here is there's this beautiful laddie set on Naval Magazine.
I want that for my house.
Yeah, West Bonia. It's called the West Bonia laddie set. It's beautiful. It's very walkable, and we're developing a very nice trail for the public to access. So this is something that I personally have been driving for a couple of years, and we're finally there. We finally put it in writing that JRM has agreed that they're going to do this, right? So this is all part of the mitigation. That what are we going to get out of for them to get some type of programmatic agreement? We've established a historic heritage program that we're going to develop students to become qualified archaeologists.
Excellent.
That they're going to pay for, right? And then also, there's a Star Cave that's under. Right back down by Retidian, that they've committed to do a study, because whether it's natural moisture or was it impacted by the buildup upstairs from the firing range, so stuff like that where we've identified essential things, whether it's to protect our cultural resource or develop the future of cultural resources through qualifications, schooling. And they're all in agreement. So this is, again, it's a good partnership that they're coming to the table and investing in our island as well.
So I don't know if my bias shows, but I've found that there's a bunch of activists that just want to complain about everything. And to what degree do you have to interface with them? I'm not going to say that all of their concerns are not legitimate. Yeah. I'm just going to say there's a whole lot of complaining just for the sake of complaining and standing in the way of progress for either our community, our students, military friends.
So I've always had my door open. I've always had my door open to them and anybody else that has any concerns of what we do. I have never shied away from any type of criticism or anything. But, my job is to administer the law, both federal and local. That's what I do. I hope I do it well.
But have you found places where the law conflicts with your DNA?
Yeah. It does. I mean, I'm a historic preservationist, right? And so I have a lens on that, right? And it's deeper than, my feelings are deeper than normal on a job that for someone, another regular job. I don't want to say a regular job, but it's more meaningful. And so the decisions that are made, I know it's an impact not only for today but for the future, right? So doing this types of agreements, working on legislation, and policy and everything, there's a lot of work to do to get us to where we need to be. But that's my push. But as far as any of the activists, they all know who I am and they know where I work, and they're more than welcome to come in and talk.
Well, it ought to be that much more difficult for them to take a position against you because your last name is Lujan, your skin is brown, and this is where your home and your family is, and this is where the home and the family is going to be for the rest of your lives. So it seems to me it would be easier for them to complain if we were talking about somebody with my color skin as opposed to your color skin.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we're stewards of the land, right? And we're here for just a short time, and so I take that to heart. You know, and whether or not we're dealing with the military, whether or not we're dealing with private developers, whether or not we're dealing with homeowners who are trying to develop their own property. You know, as a matter of fact, you know, hate to say it, but sometimes those are the more challenging ones because they feel that they have every right to do whatever they want on their own property. And there is the home property rights concept, but again, we're here for consultation. We're here to, you know, advise, you know, homeowners, hey, you know, you have something that's very valuable to the people of Guam on your property.
Yeah.
And we've come across
500-pound Luzon.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and we still come across those.
I'm
right?
sure.
And you know, sometimes it's those foreign investors that come in and get those properties and they don't know what to do. They don't know what to do with it, and they're scared. And so, like, you guys take care of it. You know, you're the government that oversees this. So you have the best interest for this, and so that's when we get involved and make the arrangements.
There are some are easier to find than others, but there's practically all the hotels down in Tumon that have got some place there that has been dedicated to the remains and the historical artifacts that were found on the property during the construction.
We oversee that too.
Yeah.
So that's another thing that another program that we have to be on top of, right? And making sure that you know, we look at the conditions of the reburial monument at
oh, really?
at
On a regular going basis?
We do it as much as we can, right? And some hotels have done a better job than others. Of course, I'm gonna mention the Laddie sets over at Nico Hotel, right? That's a finely done reburial monument. You know, there's other areas there that still hasn't been reburied, right? Particular you know, business down there in Tumon, I won't say, but trying to work with them to do what's right and get those remains back. It's been some 30 years that hasn't been done.
A lot of people don't realize just how busy Tumon was once upon a time.
It was a hub. It was a main village, an ancient village.
When
you know?
Mark Baldigo was doing the work on the Guma that they had down there, one of the things it was kind of amusing because they said, okay, this is where the cocina is going to be. This is where the kitchen is going to be. They dug into the ground and actually found the charcoal. They actually found artifacts of what was going on in there, and they were digging literally where the kitchen was, you know, maybe 500 or 600 years ago.
Well, you see in their parking lot, the reason why you have that beam around in the middle, that's burials in there.
No.
Yeah.
Really? I had no idea. So the parking lot, it's got this little circular deal close to the actual where the volleyball is.
Correct.
That's a reburial area.
That's a burial site.
Huh. Well, we should put a sign up there.
Yeah, I've brought that up to Mr. Baldiga and his team.
Gotcha. Well, maybe after New Year's, and maybe when the hospitality industry recovers and everybody's got a couple extra nickels to be able to do this. Sure. I'm sure you hear from folks down there that are going, business used to be a whole lot better with all of this stuff. What's the myth and legend? I always want to find out about this. In fact, I'll give you some time to think about it because Real Joe's itching to press a button for news. So we'll do that in a second. We'll return with Patrick Lujan. And there is the fact of the SHPO, there's the fact of the programmatic agreement, and then there's wild-eyed theories and myths and misconceptions. So we'll talk about some of the things that you have to deal with and just come back and say, actually, that's not correct. We'll find out what those are so you don't make any mistakes when you deal with the SHPO and a programmatic agreement. But first, we got to find out what the big stories are, news and headlines from KUAM-TV and Jonah and Charfris.
Buenas and Hofadi, Guam, I'm Jonah and Charfris. Here's a look at 3 stories you need to know for Thursday. We have continued coverage on Guam's homeless crisis. Data from the Salvation Army shows there are more people without homes than there are emergency beds available. Mitsuki Hirayama takes a closer look at the shelter shortage and why many people experiencing homelessness aren't always visible. You can watch that story right now on our KUAM News YouTube channel. In technology news, Guam is taking a closer look at how artificial intelligence could shape the island's future. On Tuesday, the Office of the Governor formally signed legislation creating the Guam Artificial Intelligence Regulatory Task Force. Nevaeh Anderson has that story. You can watch it right now on our KUAM News Facebook page. And up north on Wednesday, the spirit of giving continued as a high school with Jigo roots took care of its younger cousins in neighboring Dededo. The Simon Sanchez Legacy Club, under the direction of reigning GDOE Teacher of the Year AC Joe Cruz, presented a massive donation of over 800 toys to Finagayan Elementary School, giving every student a toy of their own. The Sanchez Christmas Fishes and Holiday Wishes project was a result of students gathering toys, having already given toys to all students at DL Paris, Machinaunau, and Upi Elementary. It's the amazing selfless spirit of giving back to the community that makes these sharks shine. For these stories and more, visit KUAM.com. You can also catch the stream of our newscast on our YouTube channel or Facebook page. And to keep updated, make sure to follow KUAM News on Instagram. Jonathan Charfris, KUAM News.
At Guam Regional Medical City's Cancer Center, your care is our priority. We provide comprehensive treatment services tailored to your needs with compassionate support every step of the way. Our expert team specializes in hematology and oncology, delivers advanced radiation therapy, and offers personalized chemotherapy infusions in a comfortable setting. We also provide effective pain management and a full range of outpatient infusion services, including blood and iron transfusions. We're here for you, supporting your entire journey right here at home. Guam Regional Medical City, comprehensive cancer care close to home.
It's back. Celebrate 75 years of Payless Supermarkets with a $5 off fuel coupon to redeem at any 76 Circle K location when you shop and save at Payless Supermarkets. That's right, $5 off fuel with every $75 purchase at any Payless location. But hurry, this offer is only good from November 17th to December 31, 2025. So don't miss out. Stock up on groceries and hit the road with fuel savings from Payless Supermarkets and 76 Circle K. Minimum $30 fuel purchase required to redeem coupon. Some conditions apply.
7 days till Christmas. This Christmas countdown is brought to you by Carrier Guam. Daily savings on all our high wall units, both Carrier and Toshiba splits.
9:46, Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. Talking with the shippo, that is Patrick Lohani's in the studio. We'll get him. I wanted to get this on. Thanks, Joe. I appreciate you putting that up on the screen, but I wanted to get this on first. And it is a video that I got from Deb Rages. Our favorite Pew Pew chick? Pew Pew. Yeah, so it's a video that is inviting everybody to the Mangilao Thursday night market, Cocina Tomorrow. Basil is going to be there, and they've got beef shang, escabeche, crab stick, keliguen, tamales gisu, tamales mandioca, pickled papaya, calamai, and buñuelos aga, plus pig feet estofao, frittata, corn soup, eggplant coconut milk, banana coconut milk, mandioca coconut milk, and buñuelos munglo. So the entire spread tonight, Mangilao, a Thursday night market. Be on the lookout for the tent that belongs to Cocina Tomorrow Kitchen. 9:46 in the morning. And again, Patrick Lalon in the studio. Remind me that we still want to talk about some GSPN stuff and interesting things that our young men and women are doing when it comes to sports here on Guam. But I wanted to get back to this, and we'll end the conversation about programmatic agreements and SHPO. The myth and the legend and the miscommunication and things that people come to you and they think that you're going to be in charge of, that you go, yeah, that's not me, or no, we didn't do that, or yeah, I know what you heard, it's wrong. There was mitigation. There were steps that were taken to preserve. So what do you got?
Yeah, all of that. Again, there's different levels of involvement, right? And it all depends. And I say to our customers, which are mostly developers or whatever, is, prior planning is the smoothest path. Because if you come in late or it's after the fact, then that's when we're going to have some delays, right? Just like any other thing when you go through a permitting process, right? And it's a painful process, but it's worth at the end when it's time to, when something happens. Can we stop an entire project? The answer is no, right? Like for example, Camp Blas, where it was just pieces of property where, we were able to hold off on that particular area because they found cultural resources, but everything else was still going on as this area was being...
Just work around it.
Yeah, they worked around it. So that's where, our protocols and our line is drawn, right? And even up at the firing range, same thing. We were very stringent on what was happening. I remember pre-COVID where the admiral took me and the governor up there just to look at the area of what they found. and this is way before it was finalized. So we get a chance to look at all of that stuff, and I think a lot of the developers, especially on the local side, they go, oh, this was surveyed, before, back in whatever.
Yeah.
And same concept of that hotel that we were talking about.
Yeah.
We have to take a look at it again, because we may have approved for surface clearing, but if you're going down and this is a different ask, then it's a different type of approach.
Getting back to your sensitivity maps, as an example, there's a property next door to the radio station, just south of us. I don't know, 2 or 3 or 5 acres or something ridiculous like that, and it is not that I'm aware of been developed. It's certainly a part of the Tumon area, if you think about it. I mean, it's above it. There's a little bit of a cliff that leads down from there into the basin that is Tumon. But as an example, is there a map that I could look at? Could I go to you and say, all right, Brother Pat, I want to develop this property back here, and what can you tell me in terms of its sensitivity? Would it be a low or medium or high sensitivity? And then what preparations do I need to make? You're telling me to prepare, then should I prepare for low, medium, or high?
Yep.
And if it is going to be high, then what exactly does that mean? In the footprint of this property, are there places where it is higher and lower in terms of the density? Yes, what do you guys know about these places?
Yeah, we actually do offer that service to the public. Right? So if you own a property and you're like, hey, Patrick, can you take a look at what historically, because we're the repository for archaeological surveys.
Okay.
So we take a look at that, and we can expand it to what we call an area of potential effect, whether it's quarter mile, half mile around, and take a look at, because that's what we do. Whenever we have a project that comes in, we look at a radius of about half a mile to see what other things, if not in that particular area, maybe your neighbor had something, and is it cause for concern or what have you. So the answer is yes. If you're looking at developing your property, then that's a free service that we offer.
Okay.
That you can come in and take a look, or we'll take a look for you.
How far back can you go? How recent can you go? I mean, I'm thinking about, there's a couple of properties not too, as the crow flies, not far from Mom's place, where there are Japanese water cisterns. There's a couple of interesting places where there's actual pillboxes, and thinking, well, what do we need a pillbox here for? But they're there. I mean, that goes back obviously to the 1940s.
Correct.
Are those considered part of your job as a historical preservation officer?
It is, actually, yeah. And I actually made a presentation to the Mayor's Council a couple of months ago, asking, and I presented to them all the National Registered sites in their villages, and if they knew any more. Right, mind you, when you deal with we're also managers of the National Register of Historic Places and the Guam Register, and technically it's a 50-year status to get into the National Register to qualify. So what is you look at buildings now that was built in 1975. Guess
That's
what?
50 years old.
It's eligible, right?
My house.
If there's historic significance.
Ray
Gibson was born in there.
Yeah.
Seriously, I mean, we take into these different types of criterions, right? Like, for instance, we're looking at Angel Santos' house. The significance of Angel Santos in the history of Guam, right? His house could be eligible, right? Even, for instance, the Sharoma house up in Weddingale, the significance of football, historical significance, right? The Hattic house over in Petey. Just kind of like giving you examples of what could, in modern history,
The remains of Ricky's house in Zonia.
yeah, modern history. That's another part of what we look at in our office as well. Not just ancient history, but also modern history falls under our umbrella.
I wish
It's fascinating.
Yeah, I wish it was inside that footprint. I made a big deal this morning about the old administration building in Agania. There's nothing but a foundation there now, and I consider that a waste of some interesting old architecture and for me a how do I want to say this, kind of a throwback to when government was smaller, when it seemed a little bit more intimate, where if you had a question, whether it was a public works question, whether it was a rev and tax question, a DMV question, a governor's office question, hell, police department question, everything happened within 75 feet of that place. And you think about the history of Guam and the government of Guam when we were small and young and learning in the old Carlos Camacho days, that kind of thing. I wish it would have been protected better.
Yes, and I agree.
That was a whim of folks over at the legislature.
Those are things that we lose forever, right? When they're destroyed pretty much.
Well, I mean, using that same criteria, the old police department in Agana ought to be one of these places where we look at and say this has to be preserved as much as it is a government property. We should be very, very careful about disposition.
We're actually finishing up the northern side. We have a historic architect survey for South and Central, and we're finishing up the northern side of it. So we've done a comprehensive look at all the older infrastructures and even the ranches, right? Looking at the ranches, if there's anything still viable from a historical perspective.
Do you take suggestions? I mean, I got a
Absolutely.
guy. I got a guy listening. His name is Andrew, and he's a hell of a hikeist, and he knows about all of the cool, fun things that lurk in the boondocks that maybe even you guys don't know about.
Give him my number.
Yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
No one buried
His
that
number is
Sinai.
10.
Yeah, I know. I was using that as an excuse. I know what the Sinai was used for back in the. I know. But well, we start talking about myth and legend and things like that, and I know that you don't wear a Sinai. So anyway, 9:54. The last thing, we get the myth and legend of Patrick Lujan. Allegedly, was a great sportscaster many years ago. He was a guy that he shook the cage of the business. Back in the old days, it wasn't a big deal. A lot of guys would just go and read the scores off a screen. Patrick Lujan was a lot more active than that. Patrick Lujan defined himself as a sports journalist by getting out there, running the camera himself, going to the high school games, going to the basketball games, Going to all of this stuff, learning about interviewing the star quarterback and interviewing the center. Still do. It's GSPN, and this has been an interesting sports year already. I think, man, when it's time to do the highlights, what are you supposed to, the big top 10, big top 5 stories sports-wise for Guam?
Yeah, it's coming out before the end of the year for sure. We're putting out the top 10 lists, right, of the year, and there's some good ones. The top, I'd say the top 5 stories of sports on Guam.
FIBA for sure.
Really, really good.
And that's not over yet. They're starting to put together the locations where the games are going to be. And Guam is still in. Guam is still going to still be in some of this chapter.
Yeah, we still compete against Australia and New Zealand come, I think, in February or March. But we have the GSPN Athlete of the Year is going to be presented.
Upset of the year? Do we want to do the upset of the year? Do I want to piss off my Duenas boys?
That's definitely in the top 10.
Well, yeah, big story. Big story. It wasn't as big a deal. You covered me and my friends about 2011. We had, it was a whole bunch of us, Josh Tenorio, Mika, myself, Rose, Munoz, Mana Silva. We all went, I'm leaving a couple of names
off.
Honolulu
Marathon?
We went and did the Honolulu Marathon, and they just ran it over the weekend.
Yeah,
and I was at the airport on Tuesday night picking up my daughter, Wednesday night, and picking up my daughter, and no, I guess it was Tuesday, and it was I saw runners coming out of the airport. They had just run in the Honolulu Marathon, the wet one this year, and so even if the game isn't played here, there's always a possibility that you might show up in GSPN. Unfortunately, do we want to tell everybody
about
the unfortunately?
Oh no, we don't have
yet?
to.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
Well, down the road.
But real quick, good luck to girls basketball finals is Friday night. St. John's and Academy, number 1, number 2. St. John's,
wow.
Yeah, St. John's is so strong. I've very impressive. Probably the best high school girls basketball team that I've seen.
It's still Chris, isn't it? Coach Chris?
Fred Peters.
Oh,
yeah, Chris is volleyball. So Fred Peters,
what am I thinking of? Yeah, okay.
Fred's been there. Kudos to him and the program that he's built. His daughter is just a phenomenal athlete. Gia Peters, like 3-time MVP. And then the boys soccer finals is Saturday afternoon at 3:30 at GFA. Notre Dame actually shocked FD in the semifinals. They were ranked 5th, and they beat the number 1 ranked Friars in penalty kicks. They went into like 7 rounds before finally winning. It was like, super intense. So it's Notre Dame versus JFK for the boys soccer championship on Saturday.
So one of the things that we've got to do, and I've kind of pledged to help these guys out down the road as much as I possibly can, is the Skate Foundation, Skater Foundation.
They're coming along. Yeah,
skateboarders, rollerbladers, and regular skate guys. They are coming along, and I think that they were going to do the tournament, got rained out. They had a star. What was his name? Tommy Mott, something like
Finn.
that. Finn.
Yeah.
I'm interviewing. He's sitting sitting right where you are. I had no idea who this guy was. You know, I thought he was like, you know, one of the dudes that helps water blast in Clayton's, you know, cleaning company. And as it turns out, you know, this guy is like a big star in the skating community.
Yeah.
But, you know, if we're getting that kind of attention for skating and our skating talent here on Guam and the potential, then maybe we ought to find some place where, you know, we've got an old warehouse that we can turn into a skate park.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Stuff like that, right? The skateboarding, what Darren Perez is doing with the Ninja Warrior, that's super cool.
Yeah.
Right? He created his own gym, and it started in his own backyard. He built it himself, and then found some warehouse to do that. It's just neat to see that our community is, you know, evolving and offering different types of options for athletes. Right?
It's crazy. I mean, just this year, since I've started paying attention and doing it again, Manami Ejima has done an outstanding job representing Guam.
Two-time GSP Athlete of the Year.
Yeah. There's her, Shaq Von Rumer over at Leo Palace, who is really converting that place back into, but with more of a focus on local sports and local athletes.
I went bowling over there over the weekend, and it's nice.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
there's another sport that gets a lot of attention. And it was a delight to see, and he'll go, oh, come on, Ray, you don't have to say that. It was a delight to see at the beginning of the Leo Palace race, one of my favorite coaches and an inspiration to me and athletes all over Guam, Joe Taitano, was back out there. He's not running fast, but he's running, and he's moving.
I don't know how he does it.
It's a delight to see. I don't know how he does it. Well, you know, it's the Taitanos, right?
Yeah.
So he wasn't the only Taitano there. The sisters were all over the place as well. Brother Pat, it's always a pleasure seeing you.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me.
Oh, no, it's anytime. Hugging a kiss to Mom, and she's a what a treasure she is. You want to talk about treasures? Don't let her become an artifact. Got to break away. We got Fox News Live, KUSG got you. This is Pika's Best.
For a suspect around Brown University after a Saturday shooting took the lives of 2 people and injured 9. We did get an update from authorities today. Fox's Colonel Scott reports.
The second person that police